talking about the normal, what is DevOps, what are the different methodologies we are having. Right? So today we will continue to this, and you have already forked this one. Okay. So now let's just have a look that DevOps part, so that we will be doing these these tools one by one. So we will create at the end of this training, we will be able to create a CI/CD pipeline like this. So that is our motive.
Yes.
That is the main purpose, that how we can do a automation by using any tool. We will be using Jenkins CI/CD pipeline tool, but it could be anything. Maybe after this training, when you are comfortable with all these, then we can start the AWS DevOps or Azure DevOps, where you feel that, okay, I need, because one thing I forget to mention in yesterday's lecture, that there is a very commonly asked question that what happens if what happens if I have something which is called Azure DevOps and DevOps, what is the difference? Okay, so that is very commonly asked question. So, the difference is, whenever you are saying DevOps, okay, when you say DevOps, so DevOps comes with it's a process section. It does not matter. Now tell me one question. Let me ask some questions to you. If someone says Maven is DevOps, what will be your answer?
Maven is a tool. It's a part of the process.
So, what is your answer? Means Maven is DevOps? Yes or no?
Yes.
No. Answer is no. So Maven is a tool. You said earlier correctly that it's a tool, right? Which is doing the build automation. Means it creates the jar file, war files, right? So Maven is a tool, and Maven. So it doesn't mean that whenever I'm using DevOps process, I need to use Maven. No. Consider you have created your own tool, something like Maven. So you are using that tool, like for example, for Node.js, you are using NPM. So Maven will be replaced with NPM. So Maven is a tool, and it helps us to do the SDLC automation. So Maven is a tool. Maven is not DevOps. DevOps is a process. Okay. So for example, it is something like that. I'll say, okay, you do one thing. There is a concrete from one depot. You need to send it to my home. So you are saying, okay, I will be using Ashok Leland truck, or I will use, some other Mahindra truck. So it does not matter to me. My main motive is that concrete from depot to my home. Whether now you need to decide whether Mahindra truck is good for that, or it is Swaraj, Mazda, whatever, right? So those trucks are good for that. So that you need to decide. Now, same way in the DevOps process, you are saying that I need to convert my source code into executable. Now, whether it is Maven is good, whether it is NPM, whether it is PyBuilder. So it depends upon what kind of concrete or what kind of goods you are taking from the depot and sending it to my home. So whatever the transport you are using, so that is your decision. Okay. Same way, whenever we are creating this CI/CD pipeline, what tools are required? Some people are using Ansible, some people are using Terraform, some people are using Puppet, Chef, SaltStack, right? CloudFormation. So they are using their own tools, right? Depends upon what is the what is required. All right. So DevOps is a process, okay, and it's a automation process for CI/CD, right? CI/CD process or CI/CD pipeline for SDLC. Mainly, it is for SDLC, but you can put anything. If you say end to end, I'm having everything automated. So you can say it's a DevOps. So no
Can we
manual
say,
intervention.
so
Yeah.
can we say it's a also automation process for STLC, software testing lifecycle? Because we are also testing here, like in Jenkins, also rewrite the test cases and doing the automation.
So that comes under the SDLC. It's a sub part of SDLC. Right? Testing and everything comes under the SDLC only. As I mentioned, SDLC is not a small thing. It's not only developers thing. It's a end to end. When your project is in the development stage and when it goes into the production. So whatever the processes in between comes, all part of SDLC. Whether it is networking, whether it is implementation, whether it is testing, whatsoever comes in between.
Got it, sir.
I always say that, when you are in IT company, whether you are technical or non-technical, you are part of SDLC. For example, you are HR, right? And you are saying, I'm not SDLC. I'm not working on some project, but you are hiring some resources, right? Those who will work on that particular project. So I would say if HR rejects that resource, then this project is to be done by some resources, some manpower, right? And that manpower is coming from the HR selections. So, but not explicitly, I will say that they are part of, let's say, so SDLC is basically starts from the software development. So if software developer is not selected, so how our project will be created, right? I can say product owner is also part of SDLC because he is giving the requirement, right? Then developers start. Now, even though we are having a lot of AI tools like Replit, we are having GitHub Copilot, we are having so many tools with the help of that we can generate the code. But still, when we talk about the, process, this DevOps process it starts from the development only. Because developer has to write the logic. You cannot say everything to AI, right? So even though Elon Musk is saying that I don't know whether he said or not, but I have read somewhere that within 1 year, there is no need of developers, right? But it is not true. I don't think so. See, we as a developer, we need to upgrade ourselves. We need to upgrade ourselves with respect to the latest technology. For example, I'm a Python developer. And I know if I ask Chat GPT or any AI tool that can you create a project which connects to a database, it will write a complete code. But now, and I will copy paste that code. Okay, so you can say, okay, I have 10 developers. Let's stick to 1 or 2 developers because we just need to ask AI to generate. Even though AI is creating very mature, which we don't think even, right? So that kind of, but if you are a developer, right, and you aligned yourself for cloud-based system, DevOps process, you align yourself with the AI, DevOps. These are the latest things. Data science and data engineering is also there, but if you are a Python developer, then you need to upgrade yourself that how to use this AI tool along with knowledge of development. So I still, if I see the industry, if you see Naukri.com or other, you still see that there are a lot of requirement for Java developer, Python developer, .NET developers. Why, if AI is there, then why those developers are required? Because when they write the prompt, they write a very mature prompt, right? For example, you are a Python developer, and if you need that, I want to connect with the database and can you, so you can write something like this. You'll say, okay, can you create a object-oriented program with the exception handling, right? Which connects to my database and connection string is in some configuration file, pick up from there and um, generate an object, right, for that class. So you will not blindly write that, okay, I want to connect with the database. So to use the AI is also matters what kind of prompt you are doing. So if you, so means we should not think that developer life will go away after this AI. So it's not like that. But yes, we need to upgrade ourselves, right? So DevOps. So you means if you are a developer, you should have a knowledge of DevOps. You should have a knowledge of cloud computing. Without that, it is very difficult to, survive for a long time. Because until like you are already working with AWS, right? You are in a, for example, if someone is a data engineer, okay, data engineer. Now he says, why should I learn DevOps? Why should I learn uh, AWS or Azure? See, whenever you are developing any solution, you need to deploy it somewhere. Means someone has to deploy it somewhere. And if you don't have that knowledge, right, it will be a minus point. It's not a plus point. If you are having a knowledge, for example, you know that Azure Data Factory, how to use that. Azure means if you want to know what is how Azure Data Factory is to be used, it means you need to know the Azure basics first. How to create users, how to group them, what is service principal, what is managed identity, etc. So you cannot escape yourself of the knowledge of cloud computing and uh, and this DevOps especially, right? So if you say no, I will write a code in Python or Java, that's it. That time is gone. That time is gone. When I started at that time, it was like that. So when I was working on a some application, so my those business people or my lead, he was basically giving me the requirement. Raman, you have to develop this code. I have developed that code, created the executable, and give it to the operation team or testing team. But now life is not that much simple.
Yes.
You need to know that how I can create a Docker file. Because even though creation of Docker file is the job of DevOps engineer, but you need to guide him. For example, I'll give you one example, very uh, uh, realistic example. I was creating one Docker file for Java project. And then I have taken Maven as a Docker image. Then we have created a Docker image. When this Docker image is created, its size was almost 600 MB. This container was running with this 600 MB. And they want to run 10 instances of that container. So it means 6,000 MB means
6,000.
almost 60. So which was a very, which was a concern. So I have created as a DevOps engineer and they are saying we need to run. So even though you are having a very good system, but one application container means lightweight. So now they are saying 10 GB. So this is not good. So then I talked to the development team. I knew the solution, but I talked to the development team. I went to the Java developers, those who developed this. I said, hey, that Maven image I'm using, can we reduce this size? Now here developer input is required. If developer does not know what is Docker file, what is Docker image, then how he can suggest? He may suggest that in broken ways, but not precisely. So I need a solution that this is to be reduced. So Means we have what he has done. He mentioned that okay, Maven project they are using. So I said, okay, what we can do. So they are saying Maven is basically creating a jar file. And now at the end, we need to execute the jar file. So what I have done in the Docker file, I have created multi-stage, stage one, stage two. In stage one, so I basically, that we will discuss when we will discuss about the Docker.
Okay.
So that size is reduced to 1 GB for 10 instances. So it means I alone cannot do that as a DevOps engineer. I need help from the development team. Okay. So you as a coordinator, you are mostly working as a coordinator plus technical. If you are a DevOps engineer, you are writing the scripts, you are coordinating, or you can say the collaboration with all the teams which comes in that end-to-end automation. So DevOps engineer, that's why demand of DevOps engineer is high as
So
compared to. Yeah.
in the JD of Scrum Master or Agile Lead, CI/CD DevOps, it's now mandatory.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
in January, I cracked 3 interviews, Accenture, EY, and Synchrony Bank, which I'm currently working with that. So in EY, they asked me only on DevOps only. What cloud? They asked me the same question which you have explained. Like suppose we have a edge location about that. Suppose we have a content in the US location and Virginia, and we want to use that content in India region. So how we going to fetch it because it's a latency rate for that. So I have to explain some scenarios like Route 53 and edge location about that. So they were very impressed during that time. So yes, this is now mandatory to distinguish between a Scrum Master right now also.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right. Uh, Nikhil, one thing, if you unshare your video, because actually the videos, that file, recording file size becomes very big
Okay,
because
okay, so
of
fine,
this.
fine,
And because
fine.
it, so yesterday's recording was, even though I have raised a ticket in the Microsoft, but they were
Mhm.
saying something went wrong. So looks like because of this video sharing, the
Okay,
size of the file becomes very big.
fine, sir,
Please
no
don't
worries.
mind.
No, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. So now, uh, all right. So now, now the next thing is that if I may, what is the difference between DevOps and someone says AWS DevOps? Someone says Azure DevOps or GCP DevOps. What is the difference? See, in this DevOps generic part, what we are doing, the DevOps, uh, the DevOps which we are using, we are considering everything is on-premises environment. Means you have your own data center, you are having your own, servers, networking, everything. So in this learning, what you are basically doing, so we are learning, we are creating our own servers, we are creating our own networking, everything is we are managing. So these tools we are learning in this training, considering the infra is within our own campus. Whereas if you say AWS DevOps, it means you are creating the EC2 instances. For example, if I say I want to create a Kubernetes cluster, if I'm using the way which I have here, right? So what will happen that I need to create my master server, I need to create my worker nodes, right? But if you use EKS, which is the Elastic Kubernetes Service, so in that case, the in that case, AWS will create the master node. AWS EC2 instances will be created as a worker node. So it means DevOps with AWS means we will be using the services of AWS like ECS, CloudWatch, AWS config, etc., etc. There is a separate certification for the AWS DevOps, right?
Okay.
Same way, if you are using Azure as your infrastructure, you want to use only Azure in your services, then you can go with the Azure DevOps. For example, your database is in Azure. Your other, apps are running on Azure, which you want to connect with your CI/CD pipeline. Then best solution is that create Azure DevOps uh, CI/CD pipeline instead of the one which we are using. Even though we can integrate our CI/CD pipeline using Jenkins, consider it is on your on-premises environment, and you want to invoke it on the AWS or Azure, that also we can do it. But if you want to use AWS DevOps, your intention is that we need to use the AWS services, Azure services. Got it? And Google services. Right. So now what we will do, we will start from the Git. I know Git is very easy for you, and so we will start from very beginning, as I mentioned. So whatever you know, we will. Do you have Visual Studio Code installed on your system?
Yes, sir. I have.
Good. That's good. So now here in the CI/CD pipeline, developer is pushing the code into some GitHub repository. So triggering point is this development, right? And it ends at operations, so DevOps, right? So first we will learn this Git and GitHub. So let me go back here. So very easy. I will go very quickly over here. So what is version control system? Consider you are a developer and you have some code which you have developed, right? So you have some code, and that code you have developed, and that code you have presented to your client. And client is saying, no, I need some changes. You made the changes. You again present it to a client. Client says, I need some more changes. You present it and so on. At the end, you will have the final code. But whatever the changes you have done, that if you are not using any version control system, you cannot track those changes. So that is the purpose of the version control system. There are different types of version control system: local, centralized, and distributed. So let us understand what is local version control system. See, whenever we are talking about the local version control system, here we are having a local system. This is your system. And consider you are having a file and you want to put that file into your local system, and you want to track the history. So everything is on local system. It is not outside your local system. Okay, so you are doing everything on version controlling on your laptop only. So version 1, 2, 3 you have created, you tracked it. This is good because everything is on your local system, commit, retrieval, storing into the repository. It is something which is very means whatever you have stored. So it is on your local system, so it is very fast. But the problem is it is only on the local system. If something goes wrong on your local system, this repository will go away. If someone else, new developer comes and he says, can you give me the code? You can give it from your local system, but how to do the integration means he make further changes and you want to integrate into your project. So that is difficult. So that is why there is a local version control system, RCS was used earlier, but it is, for single project, you are the only one who is maintaining this, then it is okay. But for integration point of view, it is not. Now, second is a centralized version control system. In centralized version control system, what happens? You are having one centralized system. So this is your repository, which is on a central server. Maybe it is on your premises. So you have taken one server, and these are the developers. Working copy means on which they are working on. This is developer 1, developer 2, developer 3. So what all they are doing? They are pushing the code, or we say commit the code to the repository. And whenever there is any update happens, for example, developer 1 has updated the repository. So developer 3 wants, so it will take the update from the centralized repository. This was very good. And subversion control system was one which is widely used for this purpose. So this is basically the centralized version control system. So there are advantages are good because now developers, they need not to maintain the repository on their local system. But there are some disadvantages. Advantages are number one, because it is on the remote machine. So whenever you are doing a pull or push operation, so it takes time. Right? So that is one problem. Second problem was that if this server is go away, mostly it is single server. You can create the failover server, but mostly it is single server. You can create the users, you can create the groups. There are so many functionalities were there, right? But if this server is not available because of any reason, so you will lose your repository. Because nothing is on the developer machine. Everything is on this centralized repository. So that was the one problem. Okay. And third thing is that, for example, there is a developer one, and he wants to do 1, 2, 3, 4 commits. If each commit he wants to push to the repository, so there is a delay, right? And whenever there is a delay, then what will happen? Whenever there is a delay, so what he thinks, okay, instead of putting all this commit, he merged that all commits into one commit and then push. So which is not good. So ideally, he wants to have 4 commits, but because every time when he does a commit, he push, so it takes maybe 1 minute. So he thinks, right, it is a wastage of time. I will push all the commits together in as a one commit, and I will push it to the remote repository. Benefit is that another benefit, one developer comes and he wants the latest code, he can download it from the repository. He need not to ask to the any developer.
Correct.
Okay, so this was good. This was good, and it was there for a long time, almost 15 to 20 years. It was in the market.
So
But
I have one
now,
question here.
yeah.
So suppose workstation PC1 and workstation PC2 are working simultaneously, and they want to try to commit the same time with the same changes. So the
That was
report.
also one of the problems. So
Okay.
there was you cannot do means at the same time you cannot do commits. So it will be one by one. It's not together. So because it will go into the deadlock situation, and none of commits will be into the repository.
Yeah.
So which version control you are using now in your company?
So we were using the Git Bash.
Git and Git Bash, yeah. And a remote GitHub or GitLab?
GitHub only.
So yeah, because of all these drawbacks, the distributed version control system came into the picture. So what is distributed version control system? Let me see if I can. So here, basically what happens? There are 2 types of repository. So Git is basically, we know who has created Git?
No, sir.
Who has created Linux?
No idea.
Linus Torvald, right? He was a Finland student, and he's only, I think, 55, 56 years old only. And see, almost 80% of the world is running on his idea. So how proud he would be feeling, right? So Linus Torvald,
I have seen his post also. Like he's also still doing the development, practicing development in the
yes,
like
yes,
repositories.
kernel is still maintained by him or his team.
Hmm.
So He's one of the genius, I would say. Okay. So now Linus Torvald was using some uh, version control system, but he was not happy with that. That's why in C language he has created Git. So Linus Torvald has created Git.
Okay.
So now what we are having, we are doing. So this is PC1. So we are having a local repository. All these developers are having a local repository. And local repository is created by Git. So Git bash is that interface and Git is the tool. Now we are having, so now that situation where a developer wants to do 4 commits. Now he will do these commits on the local system only. Okay. So now local system is fast because it's on the same hard disk. So he can do it immediately. And there is a centralized repository, like you are using GitHub. Maybe I'm using GitLab. Maybe you are using Azure repos. I'm using code commit from AWS. So it can be anything. Mostly this is cloud-based. Okay. But it can be your centralized server, but mostly it is cloud-based. So now what you are doing, you have done 4 commits. After 4 commits, you push. So this repository is your local repository. Then you push to the centralized repository. So you are pushing to your GitHub repository. Okay. And now this repository is commonly shared with everyone. So this developer 2 is also pushing the code into local repository, and he is also pushing to the remote repository. Now, in this case, what is the benefit? So first benefit is that developers are maintaining the local repository. Number 2, there is a remote repository. So the delay which we were talking about. Right? So delay was how it was, because every commit developer wants to push to the remote repository, but now it is not required. So now the developer can push the commits to the local repository, and once end of the day, maybe after whatever schedule, right? So he will push the further into the remote repository. So this is the latest one. So there are many, as I mentioned, Git and GitHub. Very commonly asked question. What is the difference between Git and GitHub? So Git is your local repository and GitHub is your remote repository, which is expecting a Git repository from your local repository.
Okay.
Same with GitLab. Now another question asked, my student asked, what is the difference between Git and GitLab then? So GitHub and GitLab. So GitHub and GitLab, these are 2 separate companies. Okay. Both are providing the similar kind of work. And so if your project is in Git and GitHub, so you are using Git and GitHub as your remote repository. But your company says, no, we will have a CI/CD pipeline and our repository on GitLab. So then you can use the GitLab also. Okay. Now this remote repository, there are many types are there, like Azure repos, AWS code commit, Bitbucket, right? So it totally depends. Functionality wise, if you learn one thing, like if you learn GitHub, you can work on the other very easily. Maybe little bit things you need to adjust, but functionality, pushing the code, pulling the code, it's almost same. So this is called distributed version control system. So this concept is called where you are having local version control system and the remote repository. So that is basically if you are maintaining something like this is called the distributed version control system. So three files version control system we have discussed. One is local, second is central, and third is distributed. And latest is distributed.
Yeah.
Now what we will do, we will download Git on our local system. You already have. Just wanted to show you that how you can download. You can just go to Git SCM. It's software code management. So you can go over here. This is the latest version, right? If I say CMD and I want to see which version of Git I have installed, so I'll say Git ---- version. So Git, you can install it on your Windows, Linux, Mac, any operating system, right? But I will be using it on Windows. Commands will be exactly same. Only the difference is that few things like editor, if text editor I'm using in um, Windows different, and Linux may be different, like you are using BI editor.
Mhm.
Okay,
So sir,
so
I'm having the version Git version 2.44. So that will be
that
okay
is
now.
also fine. That is also fine. Even though if I say 52, actually last week I have just taken this. So
Okay.
2 point something is fine. But when it becomes 3, then we need to think that, okay, we need to uninstall the latest one and the one which is on our system and
Is there
install
any
the latest.
process can be upgraded at our like Git version directly with
Yes,
command?
yes. What you not with the command. So you need to click on this install for Windows, right?
Okay.
So you need to come over here, Windows, and you need to download this Windows setup. For
Okay.
example, if I download this, so it will download the MSI package,
Hmm.
and then we need to upgrade.
Okay, fine. Fine, sir.
I'm not doing that. It's not
Yeah,
required.
yeah,
For you also, it is not.
sure.
And you need to have a GitHub account. You already have, but that may be your
Yes.
company's account, right?
No, no, no. I have my personal account also.
Personal account.
Yes.
So then it is good. So we need to have a personal account also. Now, so here I have mentioned all the steps how you can install on different, like you want to install on Windows, on Linux. So if, for example, you want to install on Ubuntu system, apt install Git on
Right.
Fedora, Red Hat, all steps. And this is for the Mac operating system. Now let us talk about Git config. So when you install Git, Git bash is also get installed, right? So let me just go over here. Um, what we will do, uh, we'll take one, we'll create one folder. So I will open PowerShell. So I will go to some directory cd slash
Hmm.
and cd. I'll create a directory mkdir and I already have cd training. I will call it mastering DevOps. I'll create cd training. I don't have mkdir training. Okay, cd training. Right? And I will create it here mkdir mastering DevOps. So I will go into this directory, mastering. And if you're using Git Bash, so what is the purpose of Git Bash?
It's a like infra.
No. So Git Bash is basically a tool. For example, I'm using Windows. In Windows,
Hmm.
earlier we were only able to run the Windows command, right?
Okay.
So I cannot run the like touch command to create a blank file or to touch the file, right? So those things I cannot do it by using Windows. So that is why, because Linus Torvald has created in the Linux environment.
Hmm.
So in Windows, because we were not able to use those Windows commands. So that is why uh, he has given Windows with Git Bash. So Git Bash is the SSH client. So you can run your Linux command on that terminal. So Git Bash, if someone asks, so it's a terminal where we can run the Linux command inside Windows. Let me show you. So if I go to this directory, which is I have created C and training. And master and DevOps. If I go here, okay. And now if I right click over here, show more options, Git Bash. Okay, Git GUI also get installed. So with the GUI also we can see. Now I'm here. So now here's the ls command I am able to run. Right. So you can run any, for example, if I say touch abc.txt file. Okay. So in Windows, I am able to create this abc.txt file. Right. If I say echo and this is my first file. And I want to store it into abc. So these are the Linux command, but I'm running it in the Windows. So if I open this, so you can see whatever I have written, it is written here. Right? Now if I delete, means let me bring it back. So if I say rm abc.txt, it will be deleted. Right? So if you want to see the Linux flavor in the Windows, and this is how this comes with the SSH client also. So SSH client means if you want to connect to the Linux system, any Linux system, for example, you are having AWS EC2 machine and you want to connect. So you can use this bash terminal. So it's a Linux terminal, like, bash, right? In the Linux, we are having a bash. So this is Git Bash. Git with bash. Okay. So bash terminal with Git already there. Okay. But mostly I will use you can use that one, but I will use this this PowerShell. So now means you want to use that Git bash, you can use that one.
Yeah, I'm using the Git bash right now. Just open that.
Yeah. So you need not to run the commands along with me. That is not required. So what I will do, once I finish those things, for example, one topic is finished, then you can, means I will share all the commands with you. And then what you can do, whenever you get the time, so you pay attention here what I am teaching, right? So it will be, you just have one notebook and pen, and you just note down whatever things you think that it is important to note down. So you can just note down. Otherwise, my GitHub repository is also there. All right. So now let me explain you one thing. So here, what we are going to do, we will create a Git repository, right? So we'll create a Git repository. Now, whenever you are creating a local repository, whenever you are having a local repository, for commit, you need at least two things. One is author name, and second is the email address of the author. So these two things we need. If we don't have these things, we cannot commit our code into the local repository. Now, where we can store these files, these information. So it will be stored into a Git configuration file. Now, what is Git configuration file? If you are having some properties which is related to your Git, then it is Git config file. Now, Git config file is of three types. One is system level. Second is global level. And third is local level. So there are three types of configuration file. We have installed Git. Okay, so when you install the Git, so now on a system, any operating system like Linux or Windows, there is a folder which is called users folder. Like, for example, you want to connect to the Linux system, you need to connect with your user account. When you connect to your user account, there is a home directory of the user. Okay, there is a home directory. Home directory means under in the Linux there is root under home. For example, there is a Raman user, so it will be something like this. In Windows, the home directory is C users. Consider my username is Raman, so it will be Raman. And Linux also it is Mac also it is. Okay. So global is, for example, I'm working on my account. When I log into my Linux development box, so I log in with my account. So my home directory is something like this. Here it will create .git config file if you create a configuration file on the global level. Global means user level. Consider you and me both are having the account on a same Linux system, but you want that when you log in, so author name will be stored as a Mikhail. But when I log into that system, the author name is to be stored or is to be used as Raman. So then those settings will be on the user specific, that is called global.
Okay.
Then local. Local means, for example, you are working on a project. So there is a project. And when you create a project, there is a directory get created if you are initializing the git directory. Under that, there is a config file. And that config file is your local configuration file. So you can also define the author name and email in this configuration file. Now, if the author name is defined in global as well as in the local, then local has more priority. So it is the author name which is mentioned in the local configuration file that will be taken. And system is for all the users. Okay, for all the users. I'm talking about author and email, but there are so many other settings like you want to set the color. You want to set the editor, VI editor, you want to set for all kind of activity which we are doing in the Git. So I want to set some editor. So in that case, you can use global configuration, local configuration file accordingly. Let me show you that one. So what I'll do here, I will create a project. I will say mkdir. I will create a banking project. I will go to this banking project. Now what I need to do, first I need to run the git init command. So when you run the git init command, so what it will do, it will create a .git directory. So under banking, there is .git directory get created. Now this is the directory which is very, very important for local repository. If someone deletes this directory, then your local repository is gone. Okay, so we need to preserve this. And to preserve this, that's why dot. In Linux, if something is started with dot, it is hidden. And this is hidden also in Windows. See what I have done, if I go to view and if I say show, because I have mentioned hidden items to be shown, that's why it is showing. If I remove this, then it is gone because it is hidden and it is supposed to be hidden. And we are not supposed to touch this file. Because if you touch this .git directory, then you are tampering with the internal operations of the Git, which is not recommended. Okay. So we are having certain commands. With the help of those commands, whatever is in the Git directory, so that will be automatically get updated. Now here in .git directory, there are many files and folders. We will discuss some of them. So if you see, there is a config file. So this is the configuration file which I'm talking about. Let us do one thing. We will talk about these stage and other environment. Let me do one thing. Let me create a new item. I will create a file called index.html. This is PowerShell command. You can use
Okay.
touch in the Linux. So index.html file is created under banking directory, right? Now,
Hmm.
if I say git status, so we'll discuss about all this. So there is a file git. Let me do one more thing. My global configuration file, C users, Raman, and there is a .git config file. I'm removing this one. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if I say git add dot git and commit minus m, I'll say index.html file is getting added. Okay, so I'm running this. So it is saying, hey, what are you doing? You don't have the author name and the email. So without author name and email, I cannot do that. In companies, your laptop is given by your company. So they have already configured your home directory,
Hmm.
right? And you are having the email. So it will not be validated, your email and your username, but it is a good practice that you use the same email as your company email, and author
Hmm.
name is your NTID, means whatever the like here it is Raman in my case. So in your case it is Mikhail ABC. So you need to use that one. That is a best practice. So what I'll do? So it is giving me a command. You need to run this command. So we will run this. So I'll say git config and hyphen hyphen global. If you don't mention global, it will create the local.
Okay.
So I'll say global and uh, user dot name. I'll say Raman global. Means I'm just giving any name.
Okay. Random name.
It will not be verified. Now, what it will do under this Raman's directory, it will
Hmm.
create one .git config file. Okay, if I open this, so you can see what command I
Yes.
had given. I had given the command user is a section, name is a
Hmm.
property, value is Raman global. Same way, I want to give the author name. So I will say git config and hyphen hyphen global user dot email. So I'm just giving some email address. Okay.
Okay.
Or I'll say instead of Raman global, I will say tech ed. So I'm giving this. Now here you can see that there is one more property is added. Same way, I'm giving you the example of user. Maybe you
Hmm.
want to do something else. It will say for all my, text editor. So global and core dot editor, for example, VM. What is that? VIM. Right? Now you can see there is a editor which is Vim. Okay. Now if I try to commit my code, if I run that
What
command
is the
again,
purpose of last? What is the purpose of last command? That is a config
code
code dot
editor.
editor.
For example, some point of time you need an editor. You want to open your, um, for example, we will see that in more
Okay.
practical, but it
Mhm.
will be opening an editor, text
Okay.
editor. So I'm saying use Vim. If you say Nano, it will open in Nano. So now this is done. So now how do you know that which user? If I said git log, so you can see there is a author Raman Global. This is the email address. The file get created at this time, and this is my message. Now let us do one thing. Let us open our .git config file. We are not supposed to do that, but let us see. So here I will say, okay. Now here we are having four section, but we don't have user. So what I will do here, I will say, I will create one more file, new item. So I will call it as local html.html. So if I say git status, so low. Now if I commit this, right, if I say git add dot, we will discuss all these commands. If I say
Okay, sir.
git commit -m, then what it will do, it will take the username from the global, because local it is not defined. So what I will do, I will define the configuration. I will say git config and hyphen local, or if you don't mention, it will be local. Now I will say that user dot name is Raman local. Now if I say git commit -m, then it will check what is the local username. So I will say that local settings, something I'm giving message. Now if I say git log, so you can see there are topmost commit is the recent one. Here see local settings. Now who is the author? Raman. Now because I have not defined the email address on the local configuration file, that's why it has taken it from the global configuration.
Okay.
Is this point clear?
Yes, sir.
There is one more, which is C program files, C etc. One second, I'll just check the path. There is one thing called system configuration file. Now, if you want to see all the properties, git config, and if you say list, it will show all the configuration file lists, your global, local, and system. But if you want to see git config and hyphen global,
It will show in the global one.
yes. So it will show the global. See this we have defined. And same way, if you want to see for the local only, it will show the local. Now that system configuration file, I just need to see the path. So everything is here. Is you need not to worry. I will share these commands which I am writing also. Global and local, right? System level configuration file. So system is having lowest priority. If something is defined in global and system, so global will be taken if it is common. So under Linux system, it is under etc git config, but in the Windows C program files git. So we'll use this file, C program files, then git, and here
etc.
etc, and then git config. We are not supposed to, we don't use mostly, and we are not supposed to see this. So this is my, so here, for example, it is written default branch master. So if you want that your default branch should be main, so you need to make a change here.
Okay. Git branch with command.
Now, do you think what will be the command for this?
For changing the branch.
Yeah, because
Yep.
we are not supposed to remove directly from it. Init is the section,
Yep.
default branch is the property, and master is the value. So git config hyphen system init dot default branch equals to master main of master, right? Like here we have executed the command. How we have executed? Local instead of local, what it will come? System.
System.
User is the section. Here section name is init. Init dot default branch equals to whatever you want to be.
Oh.
Is it clear? Config file concept is clear to you?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So what we'll do, I will run the history command. And these commands which I have executed, let me share it with you. I will put it on the chat. I will put it into a notepad plus in the chat. All right. Now, clear history, clear the history. Now, next thing is Git is having, when we are working on a local repository. So Git um, is having three stages or three areas. First one is called untracked. Let me do one thing. Let me delete this, whatever am having in this directory.
Mhm.
Let me delete everything. I will start from the beginning. So let us understand there are three types of areas. First one is called untracked. Untracked is your, or we call it working copy. So
Okay.
what is working copy means? Currently you are working on it and you have not decided that it will go into my repository or not. But
Mm.
before that, you need to initialize your repository. If I say here, git status, for example, if I say, I don't know because you have not initialized. So if I say
Mm.
git init, it initializes the current directory. Now, if I say git status, nothing to comment. Now that error is gone. That .git directory, if I delete this git directory, then my local repository snapshots, everything is gone. So if I say git status, again, it says that I don't know what are you talking about, right? Because it's not a local repository. Now, if I say git init say test, so what it will do, it will create a directory called test inside my current directory. And inside that, the it is updated, means git is initialized. So if I say ls test directory is created, if I say git status here, it says I don't know. But if I go to cd test and say git status, so this is, so it is in my child directory now. Okay. So you may see in it with some directory name also.
So
So
can you explain that last command again? Git init with test. What
yeah.
is that?
So when I run this command, so what it will do, in your current directory, it will create one directory called test
Okay.
and initialize the git inside test directory.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Got it.
So now what I will do, again, I will say cd dot dot, and I will remove this directory, which is test directory. You can run the PowerShell command also. Now, if I say git init, so I'm initializing my banking directory. Now, consider I have a file, say, if I say new item, and I will create a file called business access layer dot HTML file. I will create another item, say presentation layer dot HTML file, and I will create third one, data access object dot HTML. So three files I have created. Now, if I say git status, because I have not, I'm still working on it. So these are called the untracked area or untracked files. Okay. Now,
Okay.
untracked means which is modified or which are newly added. Okay.
Hmm.
Now, so this is untracked. Second is the stage area. Stage, or we call it index area. So this is the area where the files are ready to commit. Means, okay, you are saying, okay, now I am ready to commit this file. I have done the work on this. Let me commit it. So then it will be the stage area. So let us see how we
Okay.
can do that. So I will say here, git add, say, business access layer dot HTML file. So now this file is in the stage area. If I say git status, so you can see that business access layer dot HTML file is in the stage area. And data access object and presentation layer, these are still untracked area. If you want to bring back this file to your Means by mistake you have put it into the stage area and you want to bring it back. Then you need to use this command, git rm -- cached and your file name, which is business_access_layer.st. Now,
Okay.
if I say git status, so you will see all the files are in the interactive.
Mhm.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So one second. Okay. Now, next is that let me push all the files. So what I'm doing, push all the files from untracked to stage area. So I'll say git add. If you want to put only one file, then that file name. If you want to
Hmm.
put everything, then -a.
Right.
See, if you want to see the help, you can say git help. Right. So you can see the help, what are the commands which are available. So it will open this page, and here you
Okay.
can see we can have a lot of add file name commit, right? And add dry run. Don't actually add the files, just now to show if exist will be ignored. So for example, if I say git add dot and -- dry run, dry -- run, right? So it is saying
Hmm.
I will add these files. So before, you want to do anything, for example, if I say I want to add uh, that business access layer.html. So it is saying I will be executing this command. Okay. So
Okay.
here help will be very, it is very meaningful whenever
Mhm.
you are learning. So not all the options, but sometimes whenever you are doing some activity, you want to know that how it works. So now, uh, so here you can see -a also. Uh, -a for all. So update the index, not only where the working tree has the file matching path specification, but also where the index already has the entry. Now this is for this. Okay. So if no path spec, means if we don't mention the path, like earlier I had given this, right? Path.
Hmm.
So if we don't mention, then it will take the everything. So if I say git add dot or -a, either of that you can use. Now, if I say git status, so you can see all the files are in the stage area. Now, third area is called the commit area. So now, when you want to do a commit means it will create a snapshot of your uh, changes which you want to try. For example, these three files you want to push it uh, into your repository. Then
Hmm.
what you will do, you will commit it and it will be stored into your local repository. Until this, these are not in the repository. So now, whenever you are doing a unique commit ID will be created, but that is not meaningful. If you
Okay.
want to know what I have done in that commit, you need to give the message -n. Without
Hmm.
message, if you are giving, first of all, it will not accept. And this is a required parameter or required option. Definitely you need to give that. Okay. So, so in that case, what we will do, we'll see here. If I say git commit -n, and I want to have the business access layer.java file only. So it's a business access layer.html file is added. This message should be very meaningful because if you are using something else, right? So it will unnecessarily gives you the different impression that you have done this. So in companies, basically what happens whenever there is a change happens, there is a change request. So you mentioned the change request into this. You mentioned that what you are trying to do in this particular commit. Now I want to use the business success layer.html. So I'll say enter. Now, if I say git status, so you can see that there are two files which are in the stage area. Third file is already committed. How do you know it is committed? You can run the git log command. So you can see this is committed. And right, this is the commit ID. Because our default branch is master, head is basically, it is pointing where currently you are in. So I'm in a master branch. Branch we will discuss, but it is in the master branch. Author is this person. This is the email address. This is the date, and this is the message which we had. Now, if you want to push everything from your, okay, so if you want to push every all the files from stage to local repository, then git commit minus m, and I will say presentation layer dot html and data access object dot html file. Uh, and here you need not to mention the file name. So if you mention the file name, only those files will be committed. But if you don't mention anything, then everything from the stage area is committed into your this commit. Okay. So if I say git and log, so you can see there are two commits. My last commit is on the top, right? And this is the commit. So internally, what it is doing, it is creating a snapshot. Snapshot is basically a, you can say, image capture what changes we have done. Next is what I want to do. I want to, if I say git log one line, so this command is basically shows in a short format, or we call it pretty format. So this pretty format is nothing, short form of your commit ID, where head position is pointing to. What is your last commit? It is not showing other details because we don't need most of the time. So we see our log files in this way.
Okay, got it. So in short, it's like a person who is developer who is working on the like working environment. Then he add the command, give git add and push all the things to the staging environment. From there, he will do the git commit command to move to a local repository, and from there he will push git push command to the remote repository like this way, right?
Yes, yes. So this is a single person who is doing all these activities, not someone is sending. So because .git directory is created on your local system. So everything you are doing, for example, you are working on a project. So you are running the git init command, you are running add command, you are running the commit command, not anyone else. Okay. So if there are developer two, so developer two will do it on, because we are dealing with the local repository at this moment.
Yeah.
Remote part also we will discuss. Okay.
Sure.
So let me do one thing. Let me share these commands with you. Put it into a notepad. So we will be doing this, right? So let me share these commands with you. You received the earlier commands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, I have shared the other set of commands. Will you get it?
Yes, sir, got it.
So, so I think that's it for today, right? So there are
Yes,
so
yes,
many
sir.
commands. So you need to practice this. Well,
Sure.
I will share this recording also, maybe another uh, 1 hour.
Fine. So, sir, you are creating a one like YouTube channel for us only, na?
Yes,
That is
yes, yes,
accessible to me.
yes, yes.
Okay, okay, fine.
All right. So
Thank
we'll
you,
meet
sir.
tomorrow.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so
We'll
much.
continue this discussion only.
Sure, sir. Bye.
Right. How we can repository, right? And that repository is on the local system. So whenever we are talking about the, um, this development roles, so there are different roles or, teams are there. So one of the team is development team, those who are basically working on it, right? So there is a dev team. So there is a dev team. There is a code owner, right? So code owner is the one who is responsible for that source code, right? So if someone says, can you give me the latest code? So you may need to contact to code owner. So code owner is the one who is responsible for the repository. So he is keeping the latest and greatest code. And development, these are the uh, basically the team, those who are working on that project. So say an example, if I say developer one and developer two, both are working on the same project, right? So it means they are uh, they are not responsible for the latest code, but they are doing their part. For example, you and me both are working on the same project, and I'm working on file one, and you are working on file two, or maybe both we are working on file one. So we will submit that code to the code owner, and code owner will merge that code. So merge is the right uh, word which is used. So merge means whatever developers are sending the code to you, so we merge that into the latest code. Now, when we are talking about these, what is dev one, dev two? So in Git term, it is called branches, right? So whenever we are talking about developer one, developer two, or code owner, or maybe other developers, so I will create a separate branch for dev one. I will create a separate branch for dev two. I will create a separate branch for latest code, which is most of the time master or main. Okay, so that will be our topic of the day. We will see how we can push our code into the remote repository, and also we will see what is code space. Okay, we will also um, see that how we with code space is nothing but we'll talk about that. It's basically a machine. So
So code
let's
owner's master and main is the production branch also called as production branch.
Yes, so this is the main branch actually where you are having the latest code. And this is the trigger point for the DevOps. Means, for example, you are having a DevOps cycle where build and container, right? And other things are happening in the CI/CD pipeline. So this is the trigger point. So most of the time, when we are talking about the production, so at that time we are talking about master or main branch. So that code is considered if say code owner will review the code which is coming from the dev one and dev two. And on the basis of that, it is updating the code in the main branch. So code owner has a facility to see that which code is submitted by which developers, so that um, he can review these code and he can, merge that code into the main branch. So main branch is the branch where you are having the latest and greatest code. So first of all, we need to have the account on. So what we will do, yesterday we have created one repository on the local system. So what we will do now, we will push that repository to the GitHub. For that, we need to have the GitHub account. So we will be using GitHub, but it depends upon your project to project. If you are using something else like GitLab, concept will be almost same. Only the tools will be, or the remote repositories get changed. Now, first we need to create the account. So here we will use the public account or public repository. But in companies, basically what happens? In companies, for example, you are working in ABC company. So it will be your company name abc.github.com. So GitHub sales team, and they contacted to your company, or your company has contacted to the sales team, and there is a dedicated GitHub namespace, or you can say the reservation for your company. So your enterprise is having a kind of a private account for their employees. Okay. Now employees can, so developers will be from the company, code owner from the company, right? So everything within, a private space. Even though if you create a public repository here, that is public to the other projects within the company. But here, when we are using this GitHub account, this is a software as a service. So this is also software as a service, but this is on the public place because we don't have the we don't have the company account. So here you can see that this will be our public. So similar thing is happening here, but it is limited to your enterprise. Okay, that is the difference. The GitHub account which you are having in your company, it will be something like that, right? URL. Yeah. Now, let's go to our GitHub account. I already have the account. Creating account is very simple cakewalk. So you can
already have that account.
You already have, right? So I will be doing the same thing, but creation account is very simple. You just need to provide your unique email address and the password. Right. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a repository. So here I will create a repository. Yesterday we have created a project. Let me go to the C, and I think it was training master DevOps. Right. So we have created a banking project, and these are the files in that. So what I will do, I will open that. I will open it into Visual Studio Code. Okay. So I will open it in the Visual Studio Code. Also, I will open the terminal. Since it's not required, but okay, I will open the terminal also here. Let me increase the font size. Let me remove this, this agent, and I will go to the settings, and terminal settings. Terminal. Here is the terminal, right? And I want to change the font. I'll say terminal font. The font family. Here there will be a size 14. I will make it say 20. 20 is good. Let me hide this. Let me close this for now. Let me hide it. Okay, I will hide this. I will go back to my this. This is my PowerShell. If you want to work on the bash, so you can go to the Git bash, right? So there are many terminals are there. PowerShell, right? One, two, if you are having WSL, right? So now what I want to do, I want to, I'm having this, if I say, let me clear the history. Now, if I say that I want Git status, so you can see there is nothing to commit. But let me see how many commits I have. So Git log and one line. So you can see I have two commits which we have done yesterday. Now what I will do, I will go to the now what I will do, I will just go to the GitHub and I will create a repository called bank. Okay. So this is available. Description optional. Visibility, I want to make it public. So you can create unlimited public repositories in GitHub. So public repository, why we create, for example, you are a open source developer like Docker, Kubernetes, they are having their own GitHub repositories. So you are a open source developer and you want that everyone can use your repository, then you can go with this public option. Private also you can create, but it is limited to you or your collaborators. So they can only see it. So that is basically used for the collaboration. So collaborations, we will see how to create the collaborators. And private repository, I think it is limit is 20 at this moment, 20 to 25. You cannot create more than that. If you want to create, then you need to purchase the paid account. But currently we are going to use the uh, free account, right? So public. Now here README file. So if you want to add a README file is a file which is basically having some information about your repository. Means if you want that, this is a markdown language, which is md.md. Markdown is a special type of language, which is mainly used for the documentation. So I'm not adding
Jupyter, Python Jupyter. I use that.
You are using, okay, that's great. So now I'll create this repository. So repository is getting created. Repository is created. Now it is saying that do you want to create a local repository new? No, we already have. If it is a new repository, then you can follow these commands. But we already have the existing repository on our local system. So it is saying, first thing, you need to add the remote repository into your config file. So this is the command. So I will go here. And this URL is different for you. For me, it is my account and my repository name, but in your case, it will be different. So I will copy this and run. So what it is basically doing, here, if I go to this .git, and if I open this config file, so what it has done, it has added a, you can say tag, which is pointing to origin. And origin is having a URL. This is the URL. And it can do fetch and pull, push, all those things on the basis of this URL. Now consider you are working on multiple repositories. Okay. You are working on production repository, you are working on staging repository. So then you can add one more like remote staging. So when we push the code, we need to mention this value, which is our remote repository reference. Okay, it will refer to that particular repository. Now here origin refers to this URL. If you add one more here, say add and some different URL, you say git remote add staging and this URL means some different URL. So in that case, when you push the code, so you need to use that particular uh, reference name. Now, if I see what is the branch, we will talk about branch, but you can see my branch name is master. Earlier, we were using master as a very commonly used branch name for my master branch, means my code owner's branch. But now these days, we call it as main branch. So, so now you can rename this git branch minus m. So I can do that git branch minus m, and I will call it as main. So now my master branch is renamed with main branch. The system. Now, next is that I need to upstream. Upstream means I want to push to my repository. Which repository? This repository. I want to push my local files and commits to the remote repository. Oh, here we need one settings. That setting is basically called the token. So you need to provide the token when you are pushing the code to the remote repository. So when you are using the remote repository, right? So earlier, almost 3-4 years ago, when I was, teaching this Git and GitHub. So at that time, it was username and password, whatever we have used in the uh, GitHub. But they are they are basically they don't accept the password. So we need to create the token. To create the token, you need to go to your profile. And here you will see the settings. Obviously, you were dropped, is it?
Sorry, because there was some network fluctuation.
Okay. Up till what point you have up till this one, git branch minus m?
Yes, we have done. Yeah, then we are starting with the.
Okay, push. So when I'm pushing, so at that time, earlier, when 3-4 years ago, so it was taking the username and password, but now GitHub is not accepting the password. So it is saying you need to create the token. Now, how to create the token? The difference between password and token is that you can give some permissions. For example, if I go here into this is my profile, and here I will go to the settings. So I will open in a new tab.
So can you just repeat the last statement, like last command, git push? I think we were there.
Git push I did not run so far.
Okay. Okay. Git branch after git branch.
Yeah. After Git branch,
Once we
you need
change
to
the
go to
branch
the
name.
profile and settings. So I'll go to my settings, and here you can change your picture also if you want to change. For example, I want to upload a picture here. Say, okay, so it is saying yes, you want to add this. Yes, I want to add this. So this is my picture, right? Now, other account settings are also here. If you are having the paid account billing, you want to send the email notification for example, someone is pushing the code. You don't want that personally the developers inform to you. Instead of that, you want that this is to be automatically notified to you. So you can add the email address also. And here, I will go to the developer settings. So here, I will create a personal access token and token classic you need to use, okay? So now I will create a new token here. Okay, use the token and continue. Okay, token name, you can give any token name. I'll call it as token 1. You can give any name, okay? Now here, what I can do, when the token will be expired, because token will have some expiry date. Is it for public repository or public and private or only specific repository? You can select maximum 50 repositories. So I'll say it is for all. Okay. All repository or maybe public repository. So I'll say all repository. So it applies to all current and future repository you own. Okay. Also include public repositories, read-only access. Now, actually, I think I had selected different one. This is fine grain. I need to select classic. Okay. And here I need to select the classic. Okay. So I will call it as token one. Okay. So now here, this is the expiry, and I will say to my current uh, repository, right? So I want to give the full access like public. I want to give the workflow GitHub Actions. GitHub Action is nothing but CI/CD pipeline using GitHub. Okay. I want to give write packages, means we can there is something called package register in GitHub. So I want to give full access, actually admin access, full admin access. So let me just see. Right. So user can read and write, email, delete the repo. Okay. So other there is GitHub Enterprise also, but we are not talking code space also, right? Git Copilot, right? So I want to use project read access, full control on the project. Okay, we will create a generated token, and this token will be visible at the time of creation. After that, you cannot see this. You need to copy this token, and you just need to put it somewhere where you can see later. If you are using Mac or Linux operating system, then you know you need to provide this token all the time whenever you are pushing the code, right? So at that time, you need to provide this token. Okay, and so that you need to have that token here, right? So now, right. So now this token is there. Now what I will do, I will use this command, git push upstream origin. Origin is nothing but this URL, right? And from my main branch. So it will create a main branch and it will go to the main, it will create a main branch on my remote repository. Let me copy this command and let me go here. In my case, it won't ask the user name and password, but when you are, running it first, okay, here it is asking. So I need this is my account. So in my case, it did not ask the token, but in your case, whenever you are, pushing the file first time, it will ask, it will create something called in Windows credential. So if you see here, Windows um, credential manager, right? So in my credential manager for Windows credential, it already stored uh, my GitHub related things. If this is Azure, this is Azure. This is GH, not this one, github.com, right? So this is for KMIT courses, not this one. The other one is online training. This is the online. So see, modified today. So it is modified with my username and it is taking the credential from here. So that's why it is not asking. But whenever you are using Mac operating system or you are using, you know, this Linux operating system, it will always ask enter your username and the password. Okay. So that is one difference between when you are having Git on Windows and Linux. So Windows gives you more flexibility kind of thing. Do you understand up till here? Maybe you need to watch this video to create the token and how to use
Correct.
it. Yeah. Now, next is that close this. Now, if this is pushed, then a new branch get created, which is my main branch. So here I have mentioned origin main. Main means main branch. So here, if I go now, if I refresh this, so you can see that my files are here, which is business access layer, data access object, presentation layer, etc. All files are here. Not only that, there are two commits which we have done on our local system. Those are also here. See, these commits are 9516BE, B5E. So if I say git and log one line, see, it is same. So it is a copy of your local system on the remote. So it is always a good idea that you should sync your local repository with the remote repository all the time. Okay, so that is one thing. Now consider that you are consider you are creating a file directly here. Okay? So you are going to create a file directly here. So I will say add a new file. I'm doing it on the main branch. So here I will create a file, say remote.html file. Okay, you can write some code h1. This is remote file. Okay, commit the code. Now this code add remote.html in the initial content, commit the changes. So now this is on your remote machine. Right? If I go here and if I say ls, or if you see here, there is no file. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to pull that file. So there are two ways. One way is that you can run a command, git fetch command. Okay. When you run the git fetch command, so what it is doing, it is going to your remote repository. How it knows I need to go to that remote repository? Through config file, right? So it is going to that remote repository and it is saying that, did I find something delta? So there is one delta, one change. What is that change? That it is just telling you there is one change, okay, in the main branch. So here I will see that file is not yet moved, but it fetched that information. Now I want to merge my remote branch to the local branch. So I will say git and merge with the origin is my that GitHub repository /main. So I want to merge. So to do the merge, first you need to fetch and then merge. So now if you see here, remote.html file is received, and this is remote file is there, right? So this way we can have the remote file right into our local system.
Is it necessary to give the origin/main in the
Yeah,
command?
because we are pointing to the main branch. If there are multiple branch, you need to tell which branch. Okay, origin indicates that if you don't give this way, actually it is looking for the local repository. So I need to tell no, go to the remote repository and merge it with the main branch. Right. Now, so there are two commands. One is fetch command and second is merge command to pull the code. From the remote branch to your local branch. Now, if you see git log one line, so you can see that that commit is also, that commit is also on my local repository. So commit means a snapshot. It means whatever is in the remote repository, now it is on my local repository as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a new file, one more new file. So I'll call it as new remote.html file. And here I will say h1 new remote file. Okay, and I will commit this. Okay, so this is basically added now. So I will commit the changes. Right, so new remote.html file is added. Now what I will do here, I will say git, and we can do two ways. Means one is you can run the fetch command and then merge command, or you can simply say git pull command. Git pull origin. I want to pull. Pull is the combination of fetch and merge. Okay, so I'll say git. So when you are sure that it will be, you need to fetch and then you need to merge both the operations. If you see these logs, right? So you can see that everything is whatever we have done in the fetch plus merge, right? So now, so this is the pull command. So pull command is fetch plus merge. Got
In
it?
pull command, you have not given the origin slash main, but when
Yeah.
you write
So
the
that
when you
syntax,
wrote the merge,
that syntax is different. So this is how we need to use. In merge only, even, yeah, that syntax is something like that. But here you need to use a syntax something like this: git pull origin main. Okay. So pull is, so what is pull? So pull is fetch plus merge. Right. So next is that now I'm going to create a file on my local. So here you will see that now new remote.html file is also there, and its commit will also be there. Now let me create a new file here. And so it is a good idea that whenever you are pushing the code, first pull it and then push it. Okay? Because if you go in that way, right, so your repository is always in sync. Otherwise, what will happen if you are having something on your local repository or on remote repository, and you want to uh, push it to the from your local repository, you don't have the commits which are on the remote repository, then it will not allow you. You need to do it forcefully. Let me show you. It's an example. I will create one file here. And I'll say this is mismatch.html. This file is not there. Okay, on my local system. I will commit this change. If I say pull, then I can pull this, but I'm not using pull. So what I'm going to do, I will go onto my local repository. I will add one more file here. I will call it as a local.html. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to push these changes into my remote repository. So what I will do, git add dot or git add a, now git commit -m, and I will say that local.html file is added, right? Now I want to push this code into the remote repository. So what it will say, hey, there is a mismatch. What is the mismatch? Because there is one file which is mismatch.html. So if I say git push -u is optional, origin main. So when I'm pushing this, right? It will throw it will not allow me, right? And it is saying fail to push. Why fail to push? Updates were rejected because remote contains work that you don't have locally. This is usually caused another repository pushing to the same reference. If you want to integrate, use git pull first and then push. Okay. So this is always a preferable, right? So now you are saying, okay, that is why mismatch is created. One way is that you can pull and then push it. So one way, what I can do, git pull origin main. So I will pull that changes. Okay. So this is the editor, right? Which editor I was talking about. This is yesterday when we were doing a configuration file, you were asking, right? That what is editor meaning? So this is the editor. So I'm saying, yes, I want to merge with the remote branch. So I will, this is a VI editor. So I'm just using colon WQ. This is the message. Now, if I say ls, so we are having mismatch.html file also. Now I will say git push origin. I will use my account. Now it is successful, right? So it is always a good idea that you should have a pull first and then push. Do you have any question?
No, sir. Yeah.
All right. Now consider you are saying no, in the remote repository that file should not be there. For example, I'm going to create one more file here. Okay, my file is say new mismatch file .html. So now when I'm trying to push my code from the local repository. So if I say new local.html. So I want that new mismatch file is to be removed from the remote. One way is that you can go there and remove it. Okay, but I want to handle it from my local commands. So I will say git push origin main git push -f. -f means forcefully. When you are pushing forcefully, so whatever is in your local repository, that will be on the remote repository. It will be, the sync will go in that way. So now if I go here and if I refresh this page, so you will see that new mismatch.html is gone and new HTML. Oh, I did not commit that, right? So I will say git add dot git commit -m and I will say local dot html file is if I say push. Got it?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
No. Now let us talk about two very important commands which are basically used for related to commits. Consider that you are having a consider that you have done some commits on the local system. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a file. Okay. So I will say new item and I will call it as uh, reset.html file. So I'm going to talk about the reset.html, a reset command. So now what is reset command? So reset command is basically deletes the commit. Do you have any question?
No, sir.
Okay. So now reset command. Reset command to delete the commits. See, for example,
Last
you
commit,
have
we are
commit,
all commits.
not all the commits, but for example, you are having some commits which you don't want, right? Or by mistake you have did the commit and now you want to delete that commits. Now, how it will work? It deletes the commits in sequential order, starting from last commit. What does it mean? For example, I have one reset.html file. So I will say git add dot git commit minus m, and I'll say reset.html file is added, right? So this file is added. Now, right. So now if I say git log, you can also see commits here also. If you click on this button, which is the Git button, so here you will see all the commits which we have done. Okay. So you can see it here as well. Okay. So now if I say git log one line, so you can see my last commit is reset HTML file is added. So what I want to do, I want to remove this commit. I want to delete this commit. Then I will use reset command. So if you want to delete, for example, last commit, or if you want to delete second last commit, you need to delete the last commit and second last commit. It won't be like that. You can only delete the second last commit. If you want to delete the third last commit, then you need to delete last commit, second last, and third last. Okay, it will delete all this. So you cannot pick up a commit from in between, and then if you want to delete, that's not possible. You need to go in the sequential from last commit, starting from the last commit. It will be deleting to the commit which you want to delete in that order.
It follows last in, first out.
Yes, yes. So now I want to delete this commit. Okay. So what I will do, git reset. Now reset is having certain options. First option is mixed mode. So what it is doing, after deletion of that commit, the changes will revert back to the untracked area. And this is a default option. Okay. So if I say git and reset, and if I say hyphen mixed, or if I don't mention, it will be mixed only. And I will say head tilde 1. I want to delete last commit. Okay. So this command is executed. Now, if I say git log one line, so you can see that commit is deleted, which is related to reset.html. Right? It means snapshot is deleted. Whenever there is a commit happens, so there is a snapshot, and that snapshot is deleted. If that snapshot is deleted, it means what? It means you don't have the history of that. You don't have that commit, right? So means, for example, uh, you don't want that in my log it will show. So you are deleting from the log. Okay, that is what reset is doing. Now that commit is deleted, but where is my file is or my commit changes also get deleted? It is deleted, but it is in the uh, untracked area. So you can see it is in the untracked area. So
Okay.
I'm creating the file, but if you are changing the file, so that changes will be in the untracked area. If you are using the mixed mode, and by default it is mixed.
What
So
is the
what is
meaning of that had tilt one?
head means? Currently I'm pointing to the last. Head indicates the last commit. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm saying tilde1 means last commit. First last means the one which is on the top. If I say
Okay.
head tilde2, it will take last and second last.
Okay. But
Now I will commit this again. I will say git add dot git and commit minus. So this file is added. Now if I say git log one line, so you can see now I have this one more head tag, head which is pointing to the main branch. This is my head one. Now I want to delete this commit. So second option is with the uh, soft mode, right? So in the soft mode, basically what happens, your commit will be deleted and the changes will go back uh, into the stage area. Let us see, if I say git reset and hyphen soft at tilde1. So what it has done, if I say git log one line, so you can see that commit is deleted. That snapshot is deleted. Now, if I say git status, so my file is in the stage area. Okay, so you were ready to commit, but you have not you have ready to commit, but you still uh, you have committed by default by mistake, and you want to revert back to the stage area. So then you can use this command.
this
So I will
command
commit
mostly used when we do the code peer reviewing. Peer reviewing.
peer
Suppose I want
reviews,
to
such kind. Yes, so
yeah.
if they are saying, oh, there is something, I will do it later. So by
Yeah.
mistake, you have committed the code. Now you can bring back to the previous stage. Right. Now, third one is the hard. So if I say git add is already there. If I say git commit, now if I say git log one line, so I have a commit here now. Now, hard command. So when you are using the hard option, right? So, or you can say yeah, hard mode, then changes will be permanently deleted. Means it will not be in the stage area. It will not. So we need to use very carefully this command because it will permanently delete. So if I say git reset and -1, so now that file is, oh, I did not commit. Oh, I did not commit. Okay. So see, we need to use very, I think I did. Let me see. Git log one line. Yeah, I did the commit. So now it is that reset.html is removed. Now, if I say ls, see that file is deleted too. So whenever you are doing this, you know, reset hard command, so you need to use it very carefully. Understood reset command?
So clear.
So you just need to revise this. Let me first share this history of commands with you so that I will put it on the chat window. Just copy paste this command into your notes.
Yes, sir.
Let me put it into my notes as well. You got those commands?
Yes, sir. I got the commands.
Okay. Let me clear the history. So now, next thing is that here, see, whenever we are deleting the commits, sometimes it is not a good idea because you are deleting the evidence or proof, right? You are saying, okay, I have done mistake, then I have deleted it. But your lead is saying, no, you are not supposed to delete that. Maybe we need that mistake. We need to. So it means you don't want to delete the commits, but you want to revert back the changes. Okay. So then we use the revert command. Right? So revert command is to revert back the changes and will not delete the commits. And it is not sequential. You can pick up from in between also whatever you want to revert back, but it should be in a logical order. For example, you have created a file, one commit. You have added a content, second commit. Now you want to delete the file. So you need to first remove the content, means you need to revert back the content first and then delete the file. Otherwise, your repository will not be in a good shape. So let us see how we can do that revert command. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a file and I'll call it as app settings.json file. Okay. Now this file is added. Now if you see here, now here also you can commit. See here it is showing 1 if you are using Visual Studio. And you can see app setting here it is saying you means untracked. Now if I click on this, I can commit. Here I'll say uh, app settings.json file is added. Okay. And I can commit the change. Then it will ask, do you want to sync the changes? Means you want to push these changes into the remote repository. Then you can click on this. So it will first pull and then push. Okay, I'm not pushing it into the remote repository, but here you can see app settings.json file is added into the main branch. Right. So from here also we can do that. Now, if I see here, now if I say git log one line, so you can see app settings.json file is added. Right. Now, let me add some data into this. So I will go to this app settings.json file and I will add some content. So I will say something in curly braces, name, colon, my banking app, something I'm writing. Okay, save this. So this will be my next commit. So I'll say git status. So you can see this file is modified now. Okay, app settings.json. Now I will say git add dot git and commit -m, and I will say app setting.json file is modified. Okay. Now, if I say git log one line, so you can see these are the commits. Fine. Now, I want that I want to revert back these change. Is the code which I have added, I want to revert it back. For that, what I will do, I will say git and revert command. Okay, git revert, but you need to know the commit ID. So if I say git log one line, so commit ID is this one. You can pick up from in between also. Okay, but I am taking this one. Okay. So I'll say git revert and that commit ID. It will create one more commit for whatever you are making the changes. So I'm reverting back. So it is giving this message revert app settings.json file is modified. I'm okay with this. It's a VI editor. I'll say WQ and enter. So now this file is changed. Now, if I say git status, right, nothing to commit. Now, if I say git log one line, so you can see there is one commit added, which is this one. And now see app settings.json file is blank. Now, if you want to revert this commit, guess what will happen?
Will show error.
Sorry, what did you say?
Will shows an error.
No,
We
no,
try
no,
to.
no error. We can revert back any commit.
Okay, so
Say-
okay, if you want to revert the same thing again and we want the string there, right? The command.
Yes, yes. So it will have those command again. Is that content again into that. So as I say git revert and this.
Last ID, commit ID.
Right? One more commit. So it is saying reapplying this. I'll say, okay, this commit message is fine with me. Oh, you see, this message came and there is one more commit. Oh, sorry. Okay. And there is one more commit. Git log one line. So you can see there is one more commit. So every time in the reset, the commits were getting deleted, but here it is creating new commits. Like I have deleted this, I have deleted this particular content, right? I was able to restore that. But if it is a reset command, so I cannot because commit get deleted. So this is revert command. Now, for example, I want to delete all these commits. So I will use reset command, git reset --hard and head tilde. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have deleted all the commits. Git log one line. So you can see all the commits get deleted.
Yes, sir.
So this is reset and revert command. I hope you understand this.
Yes, sir. Clear.
Uh,
So
Now-
one doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you were trying to create a new file in the PowerShell, you were writing some command for creating
Right.
like app setting.json. But what I have to write that command in the Linux touch file.
Touch file name.
Okay.
Yes.
Touch file. Yeah.
Linux or Mac same.
Yeah.
All right. Now let us go back to our GitHub repository. Now, say an example. This is a repository, right? And I want that this repository I need to share with others. Okay, others means my developers. So then there is a branch concept comes into the picture. So let us talk about branching. Consider this is code owner's machine, and code owner is pushing the code to the GitHub repository, and it will be in the main branch. Now there is a new developer one, who also joins this project, and he's saying, can you give me the latest code? So one way is that he can give the access to the main branch, but that is not a good idea because main branch is the one where you are having the latest and greatest code. So what code owner is doing? Code owner is creating one branch, say dev1 branch, and it will merge whenever you are creating the branch from one branch. So what it will be doing? It will be creating all the commits whatever in the source branch into the new branch.
Correct.
Right? And then it will create that branch on the local system as well as on the remote system. Now, developer dev1, so this is dev1, it will pull the code from the dev1 branch and it will start working on that. And then he will push the code into the dev1 branch only. Now, whenever he's pushing the code, so code owner, one way is that he can go to GitHub repository and see what code changes dev1 has done. Or what he can do, he can download that into its local branch and then review the code. Okay. So first we will see how these branches get created. Consider there is one more branch, one more developer who wants to work on the same project. So then what you will do, you will create one more branch, dev2, from main branch, and then give the access to the developer2. Then developer2 will push the code, pull the code and push the code to the dev2 branch. And when they are submitting the code, code owner, either they can check it on the GitHub repository, which is, it happens, but not regular basis. Mostly he download that dev2 code into the local branch. That's why he is creating the branching on the local system also. And then he will review the code, merge it into the main branch. From here, it will push it to the code to the main branch. Concept wise, is it clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Okay. So now let us do that. So first, what I will do, I will create the branches on the local machine. Then I will push it into the remote machines. So
suppose in team there are 10 developers, so the main developer architect, he will create multiple branches related to the number
yes,
of developers.
yes,
Okay.
yes. For each developer, there will be one branch. So that is the way we can segregate the code of the developers. So create the branch for each developer. So now, if I say git branch, so as of now, I have only one branch, which is the main branch, which is code owner's branch. Now I want to create a branch called dev1. So now if I say git branch, so you can see there are two branches. One is main, one is dev1. If I want to delete the branch, I'll say git branch -d and branch name, which is dev1. Okay. So dev1 branch is deleted. No. I want to create the branch. So I'll say git branch. Now that branch is deleted. You see that branch is deleted. If I say git branch for dev1, I have created one branch. Same way, I'll say git branch for dev2. So I'm creating two branches on my code owner's machine. Then I want to create these branches on my remote machines also. So I will say git and git push origin and dev1. Okay. So I'm pushing that branch to the remote machine. So one branch is created. If I go to the remote repository and if I refresh this, so you can see there is one more branch, dev1 branch here. Same way, I will create a branch for, I have already created the branch. So I will push that branch to the remote repository. Okay. So now if I refresh this now, there will be two branches here. So this is dev1 and dev2 branches. Okay. Now these branches access I will give it to the developers and they will start working on it. First, we will explore GitHub, then we will see the local how it works. Now consider dev1 has created a file, he has access to this. Now, how to give the access, that I will show you. But now what he wants to do, he has created one file here. For example, he has created a file and file name is dev1.html file. Okay, and he's saying H1 dev1 code. Okay. He committed the change and we are doing this change into the dev1 branch. Now he has one commit. Now commit is created in the dev1 branch. Now if I go to the main branch, I don't have those changes. Right? Now what you can do, now you are asking to the code owner, hey, I have done a change. Can you just review and merge it into the main branch? So when code owner is using GitHub repository directly, so what he can do, he can create a pull request, or we can call it PR. Okay. So PR is creates. Here also you can see when I'm in the main branch, it is saying dev1 has recent pushes. Okay. You want to compare and pull request, or you can click on this also, pull request, either way. Okay. So I'm clicking on this. Now it is saying, what is your base branch? I want to pull the changes into the main branch from dev1 branch. You want to give this because we need to give a commit will be created. I will say merging, merging the code from dev1. Okay. So I want to give this for dev1.html file. So messages should be meaningful. Here, if you want to add the description, you can add it. Now you can say create pull request. So PR number will be created. So I am doing a pull request. So now, are you okay with these changes? It is checking, is there any conflict? We will talk about conflict also. No conflict is found, and I will merge that change. So this is the commit message. I'm okay. Pull request number 1, because this is my first pull request, and I will say confirm merge. Okay. So now, same way, you can do it with the dev2 that you can try by yourself, right? So now it is merged. So if I go to the main branch now, so I will have the dev1.html file. Okay. Now dev2 is saying, I don't have that. This means main is having, dev1 is having. Now dev2 does not have that, and dev2 branch is already created. So what you can do, you can say, okay, we will create one more pull request. And this time, the new pull request. So this time the pull request, the source is my dev2 branch. I want to put it in the dev2 branch. You want to put it from the main or dev, both are having same dev1. So I'm saying yes, create a pull request. Title, you can say adding dev1 changes to dev2 branch, which is dev1.html. And down here we'll say create pull request. Right. And yeah. So now after this, the changes will be into the dev2 branch also. If I go to the code now, and if I go to the dev2 branch, right? So here you can see dev1.html is there. Okay, it is saying dev2 has recent, yeah, I know. But so because actually there is one extra commit in dev2, right? So that is why it is saying there is one extra commit, you want to push it because dev2 has merged. So whenever there is a new commit in any branch, so it will pop up that message you want to compare and merge. I'll say, okay. If you want, you can create another pull request. It will go into the main, which will tell that dev2 has merged with the main branch. Okay. I'm not doing that. So now let us go back. Now here.
So one doubt. When you're working on the main branch and we try to create a new branch, like Git branch dev1, dev2, so it will automatically copying all the content of main branch to dev1 and dev2 automatically.
Right. Right. Okay. Or we will just we can do that. We'll compare it. Otherwise, it will unnecessarily annoy us. Now everything is fine. Now, this is merged, right? Now, consider dev1 and dev2 both are working on the same file. For example, business access.html file. So I will go to dev1, right? So now I'm talking about merge conflict. So what is merge conflict? First, we will see with the GitHub. Then we will talk about on the local repository. So consider dev1 has made a change into the file one, say business access layer.html file. And dev2 also made the change into the same file. So when you are trying to merge it with the main branch, first commit will not give any conflict, but when you push the second commit, it will say there is a conflict because I don't know whether I need to keep dev1 changes or I need to keep dev2 changes. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to merge, so this is called merge conflict. Means there is a conflict occurred and you need to resolve this conflict. How to resolve? Manually. So you need to manually make the changes. So auto merge will not work. So let us see this practically. Right. So I will go to my GitHub branch. In dev1, I will add some code into the business access layer.html. So I will edit this file and I will say excuse me. This code is modified by dev1. Commit the changes. Now, same way, I will go to dev2 branch. I will modify this file, which is business access layer.html. And I will say this code is modified by dev1. Right. Now, I will go to the main branch. In main branch, there is no code because we have not added anything or merged anything. So what I will do, I will create a pull request. So new pull request. So what I will do, I will merge main and compare with dev1. So this is the modify this file, right? This code is added by developer one. I will say create a pull request. Create the pull request and merge it. No conflict at this moment. Right? So no conflict, merge. Okay. Now I want to merge. This is my pull request number 4. So what I will do, I will create one more pull request. And I will say merge main with the dev2 branch. No conflict will occur. Cannot automatically merge. Let us create a pull request. And I'm trying to create a pull request. Now it is checking. This branch has a conflict, must be resolved. So you need to resolve this manually. Okay, with the command, we cannot modify this. So we'll say resolve conflicts. And here, this is the code. This is dev1 code. This is dev2 code. You want to keep both, or whether you want to keep uh, one developer's code. I want to keep both. So what I will do, I will remove this and I will keep this line I will keep this line and I will keep this line. Okay. And I will mark it as resolved. Commit merge. So now my latest code is in the, if I go here, if I go to business access layer.html file, I'm in, oh, merge I did not do. 1 second. For request. This one, I did not merge it. Okay. And confirm merge. This is done. Now, if I go back to my code, and if I go to the, so you can see those lines are here. So this way you can resolve the merge conflict.
Yes.
Scenario is that two developers, they are modifying the same file. Merge conflict occurred when we are merging it into the main branch, and we need to resolve it manually. We need to see the code, what code we need to keep, what code we don't need, right? So then we will basically resolve that manually and then merge it. Is it clear to you, merge conflict
Yes.
part?
Right. So this type of scenario occurs only when the two developers are working on the same file but on different modules.
Right, right. Consider you are writing function 1, I'm writing function 2.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So
Yeah.
in that scenario, it happens. Okay. So, right. So this is basically how we are doing. Now what we will do, everything is here. I will go back to my local repository. I'm in the main branch. How do you know you are in the main branch? Wherever is
Branch.
the asterisk. So this is the
Correct.
main branch. So I will say git pull origin main. I will pull the changes from the main branch. And here I will say git checkout to main branch. I will, sorry, I'm going into the dev1 branch. Checkout means if you want to switch to that branch. If I say git pull origin dev1 is I want to pull the changes to the dev1. Okay. And if I say git and checkout to dev2, git and pull um, origin dev2. No, it is synced with the remote repository, but it is not having the main branch code. So I will say git merge with the main branch. It's local main branch. Updating, done. Now, if I say git and check out to dev1 branch, and I will say git merge with the main branch. So all are now in the sync. So now what I will do, git push origin dev1. So I'm pushing that code to the remote repository for dev1 branch. So everything will be in sync. So I will use this. Same way, if I say git and check out dev2, and I'll say git push origin dev2. So all the commits which are not in my remote repository, but it is in the local, so it will be pushed to the remote. So I'll say git and check out to my main branch. So I'll say git push origin main. Okay, so we have seen how we can resolve the conflict on GitHub. So later, means next topic will be our that how we can do it on the local repository also. So I think we have discussed so many commands. Let me share these commands also with you. You can copy it from the chat window. Do you get these commands?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So do you have any question?
So today what we practice with the like in the GitHub last thing merge and pull. So
Yeah.
we will do it by in the GitHub command also, no? Same thing.
That we can do. So yesterday we talked about the GitHub related things, right? How branches works, how we are basically resolve the merge conflict. Today we will see how we can do it at uh, command line level. Means, for example, you are a developer, you are a code owner,
Hmm.
okay? And you are a code owner, and you want that developers should send the code to you, and then you will review it on your local machine. So it will be something like this. So consider this is code owner machine. So this is code owner machine, right? And there are some developers, developer one and developer two. What they are doing as of now, they are pushing the code to the remote repository, right? And from remote repository, you check it over here, not on your system, which is, it is okay, but sometimes it won't work because, for example, you have installed Visual Studio Code and some other tools on your local system, so that you cannot run it on GitHub. Visual Studio Code, Jupyter, those things you can run on the GitHub, but you cannot run the uh, maybe Eclipse you want to run, PyCharm you want to run. So those are not available on GitHub. So what do you want? You want to download their code on your local machine. Is Dev1 code you want to download? dev2 code you want to download, and then you review it on your local system. Most of the time we do like this only, means we review it on the local system and then we merge it into the main branch. So that activity is done by the code owner's machine. So now in today's example, what we will do, first we will see this thing, that how code owner will do the merging on and resolve the merge conflict. So to do that, we will use the same repository. So the one which we have used yesterday. Right. So now here, these are the changes. So what I will do, I will open a PowerShell or Visual Studio Code. I will open it. So I will go to the show more option. Open with Visual Studio Code. Because we have deleted some with the reset. So that's why it is saying some of the files are not there. So, but we are having these files. And also we are having the branches. So if I say, let me clear the history, clear history. And now if I say git and branch, so you can see there are 3 branches, main, dev1 and dev2. Now, I want to do one thing, that dev1, consider dev1 is pushing the code to the dev1 branch and dev2 is pushing the code to the dev2 branch. Okay. So, and then they are sending it to the code owner, and code owner is merging, reviewing, and then merging it into the main branch. So in that case, what I'll do, I will take 2 directories, considering that these 2 directories are 2 machines. Okay, consider that this is a folder dev1. Consider this is dev1 machine, and we will have one more folder, which is dev2, which is the dev2 machine. Okay. Now what they will do, they will download the code from the remote repository, whatever we have yesterday. So I will go here. And I will say github.com. So we have created one bank, right? So this is the one. So I will share this URL. So here we are having dev1 and dev2 branch. Now dev1 wants only the dev1 related code. So what I will do, I will go here and I will clone that repository. So I will go to show more option. I will open the Git bash. You can open Git bash power terminal. So this, I'm in the dev1 directory, considering that this is dev1 machine. So what he will do, git clone -b. -b means branch. So I want to have the dev1 branch and paste that URL. HTTPS. We will talk about SSH and GitHub CLI. So what I will do, I will paste it here. Now what will happen now? There is a directory get created under dev1 bank directory, because we have cloned. Clone means entire repository will be downloaded, but it is only for the dev1 branch. How do you know? If I go to that directory cd and bank directory, right? And if I say git branch, right? So you can see we are only having dev1 branch, because developer one should only work on the dev1 branch. Similar way, I will go to the dev2 directory and I will do the similar activity. So I will go to the show more option, git bash here. And now here I will do the same thing, git clone -b. Now it is dev2. Right.
So -b is to create a new branch.
No.
Okay.
To clone means to download. Okay. Entire code to be downloaded for which branch? So that branch should be there on the GitHub repository.
Okay.
So it is downloading from the GitHub to your local system. There is a very commonly asked question, and I have made a video also related to that. What is the difference between fork and clone? Right? Fork, remember I asked you to
Yes.
fork this repository.
Correct.
So fork is copying everything GitHub to GitHub. Means my repository is copied to your account. So that is GitHub to GitHub.
Mm.
And clone is to local system.
Okay.
Right? So
So
that is
so
the
what is okay? What is the mean like what is dev2 here is doing? Like suppose we have created a new folder dev2 with capital D that is creating a folder, and we are copying that Git we are cloning that repository in dev2 branch in dev2, right?
no, what we are doing. Or we'll do one thing. You run this command on your system.
Mhm.
I'll give this command to your on chat window. And run this command on your terminal. Take one folder, any folder, and run this command. So you will be dev2, right? And one folder we will consider, this is dev1 machine.
Yes.
You have executed that command.
System, sir. Yeah, cloning into bank. It's coming.
Right. So
It's
now,
giving the error also.
what is the error? It's a
It's
public
showing that
repository.
the term GitHub is not recognized as the name of CMD LED. Let me copy paste the
You have executed as it is, right? This command.
Yes, as it is.
So what did you say? Contribute to the. Yeah. So can you share?
Yes, sir, please.
Sure. No, you have two lines, right? Right. 1 second. GitHub clone -b. Right. Can you run ls command? Yeah, there is a bank directory, right?
Yes.
So actually, can you go up little up? Let me see what is the error. So when you have executed, it executed successfully. After that, I don't know from where this come GitHub -- online training /man. Maybe because you copied uh, with complete right means in chat window. So it copied
Okay,
some
okay, okay,
extra stuff,
okay. Yeah, yeah. Yes, 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 yes.
right?
Yes, got it. Good.
Can I share? Now, um, now I'm removing this, or I will keep this dev2 folder as it is. And now what we will do, you are dev2, you are developer2. I will remove this folder, right? I will close this also. Dev1, dev2. I will close this and delete it. Now, there are three, actors now. First actor is code owner. Okay. So this is my machine, code owner. And second is Nikhil. And he is developer 2. Okay. And I have created one folder, dev1, on my machine. So I'm mimic here that this is my dev1 machine or dev1 machine. Okay. So now three people who are working on the same project. So code owner will expect that you will push some code into the repository and then, right? And then he will review the code and merge it. Okay. So let us do that. So now what you need to do? I will go to my GitHub repository. I will create a token because if you want to push the code to the repository, you need a token. So I will go to the settings and I will go to the developer settings and I will create a token, classic token. And here also generate a new classic token. So I will say dev2 and I will give the full access to repo and admin access not related to package. This is fine. I don't want to give the read. I want to give the push also, right? So repo related, is there any admin right packages? Okay, so let us do this one and create the token. So I will share this token with you. So now let me share it on the chat window. I will delete it later so that it will not be misused. But now because we want to do a demo. Now what you can do, create a file, open that bank, go to bank directory and open that into the Visual Studio Code.
Okay, sir.
Okay, go there and open in the Visual Studio Code. And create a new file. Call it as mikhil.html. So this is real time. So you are working on your machine, same project, and now you are pushing that code to me. You are asking me, hey Raman, I have this particular application which I have added my code. Can you merge it into the main branch? Because your branch is not the branch which is a final branch where we can use for the CI/CD pipeline. Have you created mikhil.html file?
Just a minute, I'm just opening. Just bank. Visual Studio. So let me share my screen.
Yeah.
So here in bank, I'm trying to
Yeah,
open it
just
in the
show more option. Visual Studio open with Visual Studio. Open with code.
open. Okay.
Maybe you have installed
Yes.
Visual Studio also. No? Just create a new file. Extension Copilot wants to or cancel it for now. Now click on plus. No. Go back. Click on that first icon, file icon. Yeah. Click new file called mikhil.html. Now that you are creating on your local system. Now here you can see on the left hand side, you see that there is a Git, right?
Yes, sir.
So commit that code and push to the branch. Git push command. First Git. So it will ask for the token. So untrack. Now click on this icon on the left hand side. You see there is click on this.
Yes, sir.
So this is Git, yes. Click on this. Put some message that mikil.html file is added. Not here, not here. In the commit. You see
Wish.
commit is there on
Okay,
top
okay,
of
okay,
that
okay.
message. Yeah. Mikil.html. Yeah. Whatever message you want to write.
Commit.
Yeah. Commit the changes. Yes. Make sure you configure user.name and email. Okay, you have not configured. Git config you have not used.
Hmm.
So what you can do? Click on cancel and open the terminal. View terminal. Under view menu. On the top, view terminal. Terminal. Yeah. Now here you can run a command git config -- global user.name. You can say Mikil and you press enter. Same way git config -- global user dot no email.
Yeah, sorry, sorry.
So now commit again. Click on commit button. Now it is committed. Now it is saying, do you want to sync the changes? Sync the changes means with the GitHub repository. So click on sync changes. Means it is in the background, it is running a git push command. So what it will
Oh,
do, it is saying the action will pull first and then push.
okay.
That is a good practice. Means whenever you are pushing the code to the GitHub repository, right? First pull it, then push it so that, if there is any file which is created on the GitHub repository, that should be downloaded on your local system. Click OK. So it will ask for that, 1 second, token. Click on token and the token which I had given to you, use that token. Would you like Visual Studio? Okay, that is fine. So now it is done. Now you can unshare. So see, you have created one file and now your file is uh, here. See, dev2 has recent push 1 second ago. What is that? I will see dev2. And if I just refresh this page, mikil.html file is there. Right?
Yes.
Now you have
Right.
sent it to me. One way I have already shown you that how you can do a compare and pull in yesterday's lecture. Now I want to read this first on my local system. Okay, on code owner's machine. So I will go to the code owner's machine. This is my Visual Studio Code. So here I don't have mikil.html because I did not pull it first. First, I need to pull it into the dev2 branch. So I will say git checkout and dev2 branch. So I will go to the dev2 branch. And here I will say git pull origin and dev2. So I will pull the file. So here it is saying mikil.html file is there. Right now, what we will do next, we'll say, okay. So this file you have sent. Now I can see here I'm in the which branch? Dev2 branch. So I can see Mikil file. So here it is blank, but in real time there will be some code. So the code owner will review the code, and after that he will merge it into the main branch. So what he is going to do? He is going to the I will check out to main branch. So if you are coming from main branch to means one branch to another, for example, in this case, I was in the main branch, then I moved to the branch which is dev2 branch, right? So one way is that I can say git checkout and main, or if I say git and checkout hyphen, so it will go to the branch from where it came first, means previous branch. So now I'm in the main branch. If I say git checkout hyphen, it will dev2, right? So this is one shortcut. So now I'm in the main branch. So in the main branch, I don't have this mikil.html file because it is in the dev branch. So here I don't see that. So what I will do, I will say git, consider I have checked the code and everything is fine. I will say git merge with the dev2 branch. So I'm merging the code from dev2 to main branch.
Okay.
And it is still on my local system. Okay, it is on my local. It is not on the GitHub repository. Yesterday, with the pull request, we have seen how it goes to the into the GitHub repository. So now here, what I will do, I will say git and push origin. So I will push it to the main branch. So the changes will be pushed to my remote repository. Right. So here
Yes.
you can see now. So if I refresh this, now changes are, so that message is gone. And if I go to the main branch, so here
It will be
also I have the
Mm.
Mikil block. Now consider
Correct.
Devon is also doing the same way as you have done. So there is another developer, he has pushed
Mm.
a code. So now I'm not repeating this thing again and again. So considering
Yes.
this is Devon. So now what he's doing, he's creating a file, say dev1 uh, dev1.html is already there. So I will say my dev1.html. So he has created this file, and now git add dot git commit -m. So he has done on his local system and he has sent to me. So I'm considering this one. So now my dev1.html file is added, right? So this is added on my local system, right? So consider this is sent to me by developer one. So now this developer one, right? So uh, right. So now I will go to my main branch. So here I don't have dev1.html. Now I will switch to git and check out
Check out.
to dev1 branch. Okay. So here I will see that file, right? That is, oh, sorry. That is on his machine. He did not push it to the remote repository because we are not on the same folder, right? So what I need to do, git push origin dev1, and it will be pushed to the dev1 branch. Then I will pull it and then I will merge it.
Merge it. Correct, sir. Got it.
So now it is doing. So here. So it is pushed. Now, if I go here now, I'm in the dev1 branch. And if I say git pull origin and dev1, right? So now it will have my dev1.html file. So now I will, means as a code owner, I will review that code and then I will merge it into the main branch. So I will say git and check out to the main branch. Now I'm in the main branch. So what I will do, git merge with dev1 branch. Okay, merge with the dev1 branch. So whenever you are doing a first commit, it won't ask for the means this message. But here, when you are doing more than one commit, so it asks for this message. So it is saying you are merging with the dev1 branch. Yes. So this is the VI editor.
We edit skip
Right.
colon WQ.
Right. Right. So now, if I see here, so I have that my HTML now. I'm in which branch? I'm in the main branch, right? So I'm in the main branch, and I'm having that my that file. Oh, it's not there. my dev1.html, right? So that file is saved. Now, dev1 is saying, okay, can you give me the latest code? Tell me what will happen if dev1 needs, because dev1 is having my dev1.html, but he does not have the latest code. So what dev1 will do, or what you will do. So what I will do first, I will say git push origin main. So I will push everything into the my remote branch. Okay. So I'm pushing my code to main repository. Now, you as a developer too, you are saying, hey, Raman, can you give me the latest code? Because I heard that Dev1 also has updated the code. So in that case, what I will do, I will go to my local system, and here I will say git and check out to Dev1 branch. And I will say git merge with what? Main branch. So whatever is the code in the main branch, that is to be fast forward. Fast forward means difference only. So it will
Okay.
merge everything which is having a difference from the main branch to my. So now here I will have, that file, my dev1 dot and dev2 Nikhil file also is there in the dev1
Mm.
branch. Same way, if I go to git and check out and to main git checkout to dev2. So if I go to the dev2 branch, now I will say git merge with the main, because main is having the latest code. Now I will say git and push origin origin and dev2. So I will push that code to the dev2 GitHub branch. So I will select this one. And now you do one thing. You can run a command git pull origin dev2. Run that
Okay.
command. You will get dev1 file also, my dev1.html.
Full
In that git pull origin dev1.
Dev1.
Dev2, sir. Dev2. Because you are working on dev2 branch. Dev1 you will not be able to.
So done.
So it's done. Now you can see
Yes.
in the files, my dev1.html file will be there, right?
Yes, sir.
So this way you are getting the code from the dev1 and dev2. Now you want to see what change master has done, what change dev1 has done. You want to
But
segregate those. So
Mm.
what, in that case, what I will do, first let me go to the git and check out to dev1. And let me push that code also, git push origin dev1. Right. So, so total. So this is now if if I say say to main branch, and what I want to see, what are the changes which developer one has done? What are
Mm.
the changes which developer two has done when I have merged? So you want to see those. So one way is that you can run a command git log one line.
One line. Correct.
So here you can see these all changes are merge branch. So or you can see it here also. If I click on this icon, so you can see here. There are three lines. One is blue line,
Yep.
one is
Main
yellow
branch.
line, one is
Mm.
this purple, pink line, purple
Pink
line,
line.
green line, right?
Correct. Yes,
So
sir.
this is my main.
Yes.
Okay. So these are the, see, it is saying main.
Yes. Yes.
And this is purple is showing the GitHub,
Origin main.
that GitHub, yes, right?
Yes.
And this pink is, see, when we are merging with the dev2. So this is from you, it is coming.
Okay.
And this one is dev1. Okay. So now basically what happens now, how we can see from the beginning. So this is main branch. So these
Mm.
all happened up till here, main branch. When add a new remote.html file and local.html file, this is in the main branch you have committed. And there was a merge happened with this GitHub, right? This orange, it is indicating the GitHub. Not orange. 1 second.
So orange is, I think, is mine origin slash main, because when I'm seeing here orange line, it is showing origin slash main for me.
Which one? This
Orange
one.
line.
No, add a new remote.html. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm in a different concept. Let me see in which branch I am. So I'll say Git branch. So I'm in a main branch only. That's correct.
Yes.
So in the main branch, and here, these all changes which are, dark, right? So these are the main has done this, right? Now here, new remote.java file, merge the branch with the GitHub. So we have this new remote.java file is added from the GitHub branch. Understood? So this is not directly created into the main branch, but it is created via when we did a merge. Okay. This HTML file, create mismatch file is not created. See here, you can also see Raman global, create this HTML. This is done by Raman. This is
Yes.
global. This is Raman has done. Now, wherever you see that something from the, Raman. So these are basically on the GitHub repository I took. Now let us see your change, right? So you have pushed that code, Nikhil HTML is using, right? So
Yes.
this I received from you,
Correct.
and my dev1.html file is all that I also received, right?
Yes.
And then we merged it.
Into the main.
Not here. 1 second. Actually, we have done a lot of. So what I'll do, I will go to my PowerShell. Let's go to PowerShell. Let me go to C training. Right. Git branch. I'm in the main branch. Git log 1. This is very straight actually. We can see hyphen graph. So here it will be showing clearly. See, currently I'm in the main branch. So head is pointing to main,
Yeah.
origin main, and there are origin dev1, dev2. These all are there. Merge branch with dev1. This is the last commit which has happened.
Okay.
Now I have received, right? So I have received that Mikil.html is using, my dev1.html is using, that I merged in the last commit. In this commit, basically what happened, these two commits were added. So I received it from dev1 branch, and Mikil is using that branch, right? So these two commits are added and merged it into this commit. Is, for example, when I did git merge with the dev1. So at that time, what happened? These two things, this is one, which is my dev1.html file is added. This was added. Before that, this mikil.html is using. So that is also added. Merge pull request. So this is pull request. If it is pull request, it means it is coming from the GitHub.
Correct.
So this is the pull request from the GitHub. Merge branch main into dev2. So here, what we have done, we have merged main into dev2. So we have updated on our local system, dev2 branch. Pull request, this is coming from the GitHub.
Remote. Mm.
Modify developer node. These all are basically, if you see this, so this is actually a tree structure, graph way. So
Mm.
so when we have done this, this merge at that time, something this happened, which
Okay.
is modify the business access layer.html file, right? So that way you can, you can see, you can check the means what are the commits are there, and these lines color also they show something like here, uh, you know
Green is main.
green is main, and no, it is actually that legends are not here. I don't see legends. I don't see, but this first line is always a main. Like here it is showing, right?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
here you
Got it.
can see this
Mm.
is main, and the purple is in this case GitHub, right? So right, and dev1, dev2 branches, right? So we just need to decode these what line is for what. Here you can see merge pull request. It means this line which is coming. This is for GitHub. So you can see merge pull request number 5. So there was a merge happened with dev2 branch, right? Merge branch into dev2. Merge pull request. So this is also merge pull request for the dev1 on
Mm.
the GitHub repository, right? So here it is merged into the main branch. Here also it is merged into the main branch. You see here, there is a joint. So joint means some merging
Merging.
happened.
Correct.
So here you see this merge is into the GitHub branch, means GitHub
Mm.
directly, right? And here you can see uh, I downloaded mikil.html, but I merged it later, right? So here, if you see, there is a merge happen,
Mm.
and that merge is basically having mikil.html and dev1.html. This is a little
Stable.
bit confusing for me because I did merge with the dev2. One second, let me recall. We have done, you have sent the code to
Correct.
Mikil branch on the GitHub. Then I downloaded. Then I merged right after that. So there should be a merge here. Okay, merge commit did not create. Yeah, yeah. So there were no merge commit, right? So that is why that was added. Here you can see there is a dot. So it is
Mm.
saying there is a mikil.html file is added, but there is no new commit is created.
Okay.
Okay. This is added, but no new commit. But a commit get created here when we merge with the dev1 branch. So remember at that time that VI editor is open and we have seen.
Mm-hmm.
So at that time there is a merge happen. So here what we were adding my dev1.html
Double
file.
HTML. Correct.
All right.
Mm.
So we
Clear, sir.
means for example, if you are coming, you are saying, hey, I have done some change. Have you reviewed that? So now I'm checking what code you have sent. So I will go here. Okay, this is something Mikhail is using. So this is sent by Mikhail, right? Here, because Raman Global is coming because I'm using the local system for, otherwise it will be dev1. Dev1 has sent. Then merge is happened by main branch. So Raman Global is main branch. Okay, because dev1 is on my local machine. That's why it is coming as Raman Global. But in your case, because you have username as Mikhail, so it came as
Mm.
Mikhail. Understood?
Yes, sir. Yep. I
Maybe
need
you
to
need to
review.
just,
Yes, yes, yes. I do need
offline,
to
you need to
practice.
just, yes.
And so what was the command which you were saying for the diff part to check? Like we have one command that is for the one line git
Oh, git log,
git log. That
this
is for
one?
the one line. Yes, that git
Yes,
log one
it will
line.
show in
Apart from
one
this,
line,
yeah,
linear.
apart from this, there is another command, no? Git diff.
Hyphen graph.
Hyphen. Okay.
So here, hyphen graph.
Graph. Okay.
Right. Now let us try to create a merge conflict. Consider dev1 and dev2 both are working on the same file like we have seen yesterday. But yesterday we have done it on the GitHub repository. So today we want to see it on the local repository. Code owner has received the file and he is trying to update he is trying to update this, right? So yeah. Now right. So what I will do, I will go to the dev1 branch. I will say git and check out to dev1 branch. Now consider I am going to change some files, say dev. So I will say this file is modified by dev1. I will save it and I will commit the change. I'll say git and commit -m modified by dev1. I did not add. So I'll say git add dot git commit modified by dev1. Now I will go to the git checkout dev2. So there this file is blank. I will say this file is modified by dev2. Save. Now I will say git add dot git commit -n modified by developer2. Now consider you send it through your repository and Devon has sent through his
Your
repository.
screen.
The screen is not visible.
Hello. Visible.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, now I hear you.
Can you see my screen?
Loading. Yes, sir. Now visible.
Oh, 1 second. Let me see whether it's my problem. Maybe you can you rejoin?
Sure.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now properly.
No, and you can see my screen also.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I have dev1 and dev2, and in dev1 I have done a change in dow.html file.
Correct.
This file is modified by dev1 and dev2. This is modified by dev2. So now I will check out to main branch. And what I will do, I will say git and merge with the dev1 branch. No issue because first time merge. But when I'm going to merge with the dev2 branch, it will raise a merge conflict. So I will say git and merge with the git merge with dev2. So when I'm doing this, so it is saying, yeah, there is a problem. See, conflict occurred. Merge conflict in dow.html file. So automatic merge is failed. Fix the conflict, then commit the result. So I'll say, okay, I'll do that. So now we need to modify this file manually, because whenever there is a merge conflict occur, at that time you need to uh, resolve the conflict manually.
Okay.
So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this. I will keep this. I will keep both the code. And I will say resolve in the merge editor. So, okay. So this is the one, complete the merge. One second. Manual resolution, reset to the just one second. Okay. So one conflict is remaining, it is three. So merge, yes. Close with conflict. Okay. So this is something which I have done. So I will just dev one and then I will put it into the next line. Okay. And I will save this. Now it is saying merge branch dev2, because actually it is merging with dev2. I'll say continue. Okay. So merge is, so if I go to dev.html, so this is okay. It was not in the, okay. So that came as a one line. Oh, leave it as it is. So now if I say nothing to untracked or modified, right? So everything is fine.
Right.
So now if I say here, if I go to Git and check out to dev1 branch. So I'm in dev1 branch. Here it is only modified by
Single line.
dev1. So
Correct.
he wants the latest code. So I will say git and merge with main branch.
Correct.
So now he will have the latest code. Same way if I say git and check out to dev2 branch, right? So here I will say git merge with the main branch. So both are having now latest code, whatever the changes dev1 has done, whatever the changes which dev2 has done. Okay, so here we have resolved the conflict on the local machine. Yesterday we have seen how to resolve the conflict on GitHub. Here we have seen how to resolve the conflict by using local code owner's machine. Okay, so you are getting the time to practice this, or you will do it on Saturday, Sunday?
So till yesterday I do some practice, but yeah, but for this one I think I need some time to do some practice on like merging and everything.
Yeah. So now the 1 second. All right. So now, see, so far we are writing the code, right? And consider you don't have the code, right? You are a DevOps engineer and you are saying, I need to practice Git and GitHub. So in GitHub, you can also write the code. Okay, let me show you. That is called code space. So let me go to the GitHub repository. Consider I'm going to create a new repository. So I will go here, repositories, and I will create a new repository. So I will just say, I will call it as my code space. You can give any name, okay? Now, here, what I will do, I will add a one commit is required. So when I add a readme.md file, so automatically one commit is done on my local, on my GitHub repository. So I will just create this repository. Because for code space, you need a single, at least one commit. No?
Okay.
So this is, so I want to write a code. So developer point of view, you want to work on some application like Node.js, Java, Python, and you don't want to install Node.js on your local system. You don't want to, you know, you don't want to install Node.js, Java on your local system. Instead of that, you want a ready-made machine. On that machine, it will have the, it will have everything installed, whatever is required. So in that case, what I'll do here, I will go and here you can see create new code space. So it will create a virtual machine for you, but that is not a virtual machine. That's a Docker container. So I
Okay.
will say new code space. Okay. And I need to select my repository. So it is saying select the repository. So there are many repository I have. The one where I want to create my code space. Right? So I want to create under this particular. Okay.
Mm.
So it is saying in which branch. So I have
Main.
just created. So main branch only. Region. So actually it will create on the cloud. So it
Okay.
is whatever is nearest to our geographical area. So we will select that one. And now it is saying, so there are many regions. Okay. So whichever is near to you, you can select that one. Machine type. So machine type is 2-core. 2-core means this is free of cost for means 1 month, 60 hours. Okay. So 2-core is free. After 60 hours, we need they will stop it or you need to use the paid plan. So we'll select, if you select a 4-core, then it will be paid. So I will select and I will say create the code space. So what it will do, it will create a development container for you. See, Visual Studio Code is getting opened. Okay, as of now, I have
Nice.
only.
Yeah, sir. Clear. Got it.
Yeah. So here it will create similar, right? Like it's a Visual Studio Code only. GitHub is a Microsoft product. Git is Linus Torvald has created, but GitHub is Microsoft products, and Visual Studio Code is also Microsoft. So now, if you want to do some settings, you can change the settings. You can go to the settings, and here, for example, I want to say font size. I want to change the font size to say 18, right? So I can change the font size to 18. Then I will say I'm searching for what we call theme. Okay, so color theme, it is light modern. I want to select dark. Okay, so now this is dark color. Okay, and same way if you want to change the terminal font, so you can change the font size to 14 to say 18.
It is
So,
the same thing like EC2 instance which we create in the cloud.
it's similar to that, but it is a
Yeah.
container. It's not a
It is
virtual
a
machine.
container. Yeah. Okay.
It's not a virtual machine. And GitHub Copilot is also added. Now what I want to do, I want to I want to create my Node.js project. So you need to click on these three lines. You need to go to view, command, playlet. So now here you can enter what you want to do, right? For example, whenever you are using this, so there is one configuration file is required if you are using code space. Okay, that config file is um, dev container configuration file. So code space add dev container configuration file. So it is saying, do you want to modify existing configuration file or you want to create a new one? So that configuration file is for your container, means you want Node.js, etc. All those settings will be in this. So I'll say create a new configuration file because I don't have the existing. Now it is saying what type of project you want to create. I want to create something for Node.js, node.js. So I will select, there are many options are there. If you are a developer, you can select accordingly. I'm selecting Node.js.java. So it is saying which version. So we can select any one of this. Right? So I'm selecting the latest one. And now it is saying select the additional option to install. So I want my, if I search for Docker in Docker, so what it will do? Within my machine, which is a Docker container, it will create one more Docker in Docker, where my code will be residing and we can execute that code. So I will select this one and I'll say, okay. Everything I yes, keep default. So now it is configuring my machine. See, this dev container.json file is created, node.js, and this is the Docker image. This is the Microsoft image. And this is the GCR Docker in Docker. And here we can do some properties, right? Which for now it is not required. We can change, we can put the port forward, we can features we are already adding, like this Docker in Docker is to be added. After post install, you want npm install command to run. So those things we can do. Now this is done. Now if I come to the left hand side, so you can see there is a dev container and .github directory get created, which is nothing but the dependencies it will add, and whatever is in the dev container configuration file. On the weekly basis, dev container package will be, means whatever the package is inside that, it will be updated.
It's a YAML file.
The YAML, yes. Right. Now, your right. So now this code is created for me. Now I can write my Node.js code. For example, I want to run a command here, npm init. So it will create package.json file. Okay, it will ask what is your package name, my code space. Version is also fine, description is fine. Entry point, it is saying you need to create index.js file. Yes. Test command fine. Repository same. Keywords, author. So these are optional command. It is saying, do you want to create? Yes. So my package.json file is created. Now in package.json file, if you see here, package.json file, so there is a script. So I will add a script here. I will say start. Okay. So I will say node index.js file. So I will create index.js file. Okay. So I'm saying run this index.js file. So I will go here and I will create a file, name it as index.js file. Okay. So here I will simply say JavaScript base console.log, and I will say this is hello world. I'll save this. Now, if I run this command, npm start, so it will give you the output. This is hello world. You can also run node index.js. So this will also give the same output. So now I have written the code. Now, if you are a Node.js developer, so for example, if I say npm install express. So express is basically if you want to develop some, some code which is web-based code.
Mhm.
So for that, we need the npm modules. See, these modules are added. Now, what I want to do, I want to write a code, right? I don't know this on top of my head, but here I will ask this Copilot. I will say, can you create a basic web code in index.js file which uses Express module and print hello world on the browser. Okay. So it will write a code for us. So that command palette, you need to, when you go here, from here you need to select, then you need to, give all those options. Now it is writing a code. So it has written the code and I will say keep. Okay. Now if I say npm start, right? So it is saying we need to run this 3000 code. So what I will do, I will go to my dev.json file. If I try to open in browser, let's see, hello world is coming up, right? So here, if I go to the codes, so 3000 code, and see it is private. So what you can do, if anyone can use it, so you can make it public. Port visibility, private to public, right? So there is a URL. I need to copy this URL. Let me give it to you and you see whether you are able to see this on your browser. Just check it out. Hello world outfit is coming up.
It's showing that you are about to access the development port served by someone's code space. Continue.
Yeah, continue,
Yes.
click on continue. So you can see hello world,
Yes, sir.
right? So see, now developers' life is easy, right? So they can write the code. They need not to manage anything on their local system. Everything is on the GitHub. So code space is the one uh, which is basically used for this purpose. You write the code here, and you can maintain the code here also. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Now, if you want, you can. Now that is your homework.
Mhm.
So you just need to copy this repository on your local system and then
Okay.
play it. then just
Sure.
revise those commands. Maybe by next lecture we will finish it out. All right. So now, right. So I have one website also here, which I maintain, devopsworld.co.in. Now I'm maintaining the GitHub repository, but this is also one of the website where I will keep my notes for my students, because if someone asks that is there any centralized way, before this GitHub repository I was maintaining this. So for example, Git under DevOps, if you see this Git, so you can see that all the examples, everything is here, like Git branch, remote branch, and so on. So uh, so if you want, you can visit to this also, and that GitHub repository you already have. All right. Now let's talk about another topic, uh, which is Git rebase. And there is something which we have already seen versus Git merge. We already know what is merge and Git rebase. So we'll try to understand what are these two. Means merge, we know when we merge the branches, one branch into another. So that is called the merge. And rebase is basically doing the same thing. So the difference comes in the Git logs. So rebase is linear. Okay. Both are doing the same work, but rebase is linear. And merge is actual merging of the commits. This you will understand with one example. Let me try to do that. So I will go to that folder C training mastering DevOps. So what I'll do here, I will create one folder here. I will call it as something merge rebase. Okay. So now what I'll do here, I will just open a check or git bash. You can clear this. I will initialize the git. Now I will create some files here. So my file name is m1. My another file name is m2, and third one is m3. So I have created three files, right? And I will say git add dot and git commit minus m. So first I will create a commit for m1. Same way, I will put a commit for m2, and I will put a commit for m3. So three commits I have in my master branch. So git branch. So you can see I'm in the master branch, and there are git log one line. So there are three commits, m1, m2, and m3. From here, I'm creating a branch call it say feature. So in feature branch, right, you will have these three commits. So if I say git and check out to feature branch, right, and what I'll do here, I will check the commits. So I'll say git log one line. So you can see here also there are three commits. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a new file, say F1 in feature branch. I'll say git add dot git commit minus m, and I will say F1 is added. So now if I run git log one line, so you can see in feature branch, I have M1, M2, M3, and then F1, which is pointing to my feature branch. Up till here, it was the commits which basically came from the master branch. Fair enough. Now, what I will do, I will say git and check out to my master branch. And here I will create one more item, say M4. I'll say git add dot git and commit, and I will say this is M4. Only one item is there, so I need not to specify the file name. So now, if I say git log one line, so here you can see we don't have F1 because F1 is in the F1 feature branch. But here everything is related to F1, related to master. Yeah. Right? So now let me say git and check out to my feature branch. Now here I will say git and merge with the master branch. It is when I'm doing a merge, it is asking for a commit. Right? And in that, by default, it is giving a message that merge branch master into feature. I'm okay with that. I'll save this. So merge has happened. Now, if you see here, M1, M2, M3, M4, F1, all files are there. Now, if I see the git log, so here you can see that M1, M2, M3, F1, M4, and there is one more merge, right? When we merge master into feature. So let us copy this and we will put into a notepad so that we can compare. So this happened when we have used the master. So so first we have done M1, then M2, M3, then F1, then M4. So it is in a correct order, right? So the way we are basically we are doing the commits, according to that, the commit history is maintained. Now let us talk about the rebase. So this was in the merge. Now let us see similar activity I will do for rebase, and we will see is there any difference. So what I'll do, I will delete everything from here. Okay. Now I will come back here. And if I say ls, there is nothing. Git is also not initialized because I have removed that .git directory. So what I will do, git init again, and I will create those items M1, M2, and M3. So three files I have created into that directory. Now, if I say git add dot. So I'm adding those files into the stage, and I'll say git commit -m1. Same way for M2 and same way for M3. Right? Now there are 3 commits, git log one line. So there are 3 commits, M1, M2, and M3. Now I will say git and check out. Oh, sorry, I need to create a branch. So I'll say git branch feature, git and check out to feature branch. Right. So now here, I have all these commits, git log one line. Right. Now I will create one item, which is F1. And now I'll say git add dot. Same activity I'm doing, whatever I have done previously in the merge. So here I want to say F1. Now git checkout to the master branch. And here I will create new item M4. Now I'll say git add dot, git commit -m and M4. So I will just check out to the feature branch, and I will say now git rebase with master. Okay. Now I'm using rebase. So so merge and rebase both are doing the same work. They are merging a branch into another branch. But this time it did not ask a new commit. Right? So there is no new commit is asked. Okay. In when we have done this merge, so at that time it asks one commit, merge master into. So there is a separate snapshot is created. But here it did not ask. It is simply saying successfully rebased and updated the reference head and features. Fine. Now if I say ls, so you can see that I have F1, M1, M2, M3, M4, everything I have, right? Whatever we see in the merge. Now if I say git log one line, now you can see here the difference is here. Now let me copy this and let me put it here. So here you can see in the merge basically M1, M2, M3. Then we have created F1. After that, we have committed the code for M4, and then we merged, right? So there is a difference in the log entries. So here, this is master related entries, and this is feature related entries. Okay. So here it is sequential, means the way you have done commits, according to that, this log is maintained, right? So that is the difference. Otherwise, rebase is doing same work as the merge. Do you understand this concept?
Why there is a difference?
Sorry?
Why it is keeping like in this way, like not in sequential way? What is it doing in merge?
That's a good question. See, whenever you are working, so you are either a code owner or you are a developer. So when you are working as a code owner, so at that time you want to maintain the way commits has happened. Okay, so you want to maintain the commit history as it was committed by developers or by you, right? So as it is. Whereas when you are a developer, you want to segregate these commits from someone, maybe master. These commits by you. So here you can see these are master commits. So you can think in that way that they are grouped together. And the changes which are related to feature branch, so those are segregated. So it will be easy for understanding, okay, these are the master changes or commits, and these are my commits. Or maybe when you are taking it from the developer branch, developer one or developer two branch, you are having a clear-cut segregation. So you are not worrying about the commits, but you are mainly looking for the, who has made the changes, what commits are done by master, what commits are done by me. So in that case, you go with the rebase. But if you want, no, like code owner does not want this. Code owner want to know that which commit is is first and second and third. Then after that, what happens? So if you see here now, if I run here, so this is the rebase command we have executed. So if I say git log one line and hyphen graph. So here you can see there is no merging kind of thing, right? Everything is linear. Whereas if I do the same thing with the merge, so you will see the branching which I have shown you yesterday, right? So there is a merge happened. M1 is merged with feature branch. So there are some joints, but here it is linear. M1, M2, M3, and these are the changes which are done by master. These are the changes which are done by the feature branch. Understood? So just play with it and do some experiment. I would say that create one more file, say M5, and then rebase it and then see. So wherever the complexity comes, so you need to do some certain experiments. So this is not a straightforward topic. I understand, but as a code owner or developer point of view, you need to think. You need to think, I'm a developer. I want to know that what changes are related to the master, what changes are which are related to other developers or by me, how I can segregate. One way I have shown you to decode these branching stuff. And second way is that this rebase. Now rebase is not limited to here. We will see some more examples related to rebase when we are merging the commits with the squash command. There also we use this rebase. We don't use merge. Okay, just walk through this video again and you will get the better idea. So wherever not only related to Git, but in future, whatever the topics we are going to discuss, wherever you see that there is a complexity, try to break that complexity. Make try to understand what we are achieving. For example, here in merge and rebase, what we are achieving. If something is done by merge, why rebase? Okay. So here means as I mentioned, as a developer, whenever you are working, so you need to use rebase most of the time instead of merge. If you want to use merge, you can use. It's logical. It's not hard and fast rule that if you are a developer, you need to use rebase only. Okay? So this is up to you. If you think I need a all the commit history, the way it is committed, then you can go with the merge. But if you think, no, I need a separate grouping kind of thing, not exactly it's grouping, but what changes which I have received from master, which changes I have done, I just want a clear picture. I don't want the graphic means that branching kind of thing. I need a linear log entry. Then you can go with the rebase. So let me just share these commands. Okay, so this is for Git and rebase and merge. So there is one thing which I want to show you here. See, whenever we are talking in about the branching, in real world, branching is something like this. So here you can see that there are developers. So for developers, we are having feature A, feature B. There are two developers. They are working on their laptops or they are working on their branch. After that, we are having a develop branch. So develop branch is that merging the code into the develop branch, right? So once that develop branch is created, so it is having a mixture of feature A and feature B branches. Then development, once the development work is added, for example, there are junior developers, there are senior developers, right? So, or the code owners. So they are having everything into the, for the review, these branches and merge it into the develop branch. Then you are having certain license files, README files that we add later into the release branch, right? And then after release branch, we will add everything into the master branch. So in the master branch, we are maintaining the versions like version 1, version 2. These are called tags. We will discuss about tags also. And there is something called hotfix branch. So hotfix branch is the branch which you can say a very quick changes. For example, there is a spelling mistake. There is a dot missing. So those are the quick fixes. And if you want to add the quick fixes, you can directly do it into the master branch. So feature branches are never merged directly with the master branch. Once the features are ready, commit is merged with develop branch. When there are enough commits in that develop branch, we merge the develop branch with release branch. Only README files or license files are added after this commit. Any quick fixes which are required are done on hotfix branch. This branch can directly be merged into the master branch. Okay. So in real time, we are creating these many branches. Is it clear to you?
Hot fixes are the mostly the production issues.
Yes. So in more, yes. Quick fix or hotfix is the one which is having the production issues, not major issues, very quick fixes. As I mentioned, spelling mistake, or maybe a path is to be changed. So So those are basically we are doing in the portraits branch. All right. Now, let me delete everything from here. Let us talk about another concept which is called Git stash. So what is stash? Consider you are working as a code owner, and you're working as a code owner, and you are reviewing you are reviewing the code of a developer. Then suddenly, or you are reviewing or updating the code of a developer. And then suddenly someone comes from the production and a client is saying there is dot missing in his company name, which is a quick fix. So that quick fix you need to do. But you are still working on this developer's code update. So in that case, what I want, the changes which I'm working on for developer branch should be parked, and we park it into stash. Let us see the problem. So consider that I'm creating some file. So I'm creating master file, master.java. I'll say git add dot git -m, and I will call it as master.java file as well. Git init, git add dot. So this is added. Now I will create a branch, say dev1 branch. If I say git checkout, and consider developer has given a file you to review. So I'll create a file, say dev1.java file. Now you are working on that file, so this file will be in the untracked area. Now you are working on this file, for example. Now someone comes from the production and they are saying that there is an issue in the production. Now if I go back to the master branch now, see what will happen here. I can see this dev1.java file, which I am not supposed to see because this is in the development branch and I'm working on it. If by mistake, if I commit this file into my master branch, so that will be that is not a correct way. Or if you are having other branches there also, it will be visible. So what I will do, I will go to my dev1 branch. I will put this file into the stage area. Now git status. So still this file will be visible, but I need to park it into the stash. So I'll say git stash and save. Git stash save. And I will say dev1.java file stashed. Now, if I say ls, so that file is not visible because now it is inside the stash area or stash bin. Now I can go to my master branch and whatever fix is required, I will do that fix. And then I come back to my feature or dev1 branch. Now here what I will do, I will okay, so this is there. Now what I will do, I will bring that file. Now that file is not here. So if I say git stash and list, so this file is here. Same way there could be multiple files, not only one, but there could be multiple files. So in that case, what I'll say git and uh, I want to bring back that file. I'll say git stash and pop command. If there are multiple uh, files are there in the stash, you need to give this index number. Okay, now my stash is empty. And if I say git status, so you can see that file is here. Consider same way I have one more file, new item. I will set dev11.java. I will say git add dot and I'll say git stash save. If we can mention. Okay. Dev1.java is stashed. Dev11 dot is stashed. Okay. Git stash list. Okay. Git status. Okay. Actually, yeah, we cannot specify single file. So if I say git stash pop, so you can see both files are there. So whatever is in the stage area, so you will have both into that stash whenever you are doing the save. Okay. So do you understand this concept logically?
Yes, sir. So we basically try to keep the last working files into some other account or department, like partition for time being.
Yes. And then you can bring it back if you think that these things are, I need to work on again on this. So that we can. Okay. All right. So this is about the stash command. Now, there are okay, there are some more commands. Let's talk about cherry pick. Let me give these commands to you. Um, Now next is cherry pick. See, whenever we are doing a merge, so merge is committing all the difference, whatever we are having in one branch to another. For example, if you are saying, I want to merge feature branch into the master. So when you are doing this, then whatever the extra commits you are having in feature branch, so all the commits are merged into the master branch. But now my requirement is little different. I don't want to merge all the commits, right? Instead of that, I want to merge the specific commits only. Right? So let us see how we can do that with the help of the cherry pick. So this is for the specific commits only. Right. So right. So what I'll do first, I will remove everything, or we can use the same example. So I'll say git branch. So we are having two branch. One is dev1, one is master. So if I say git, if I say add git status, so I'm in the dev1 branch. Here you can see I have these two files, dev1.java and this, and I want to do a commit. I'll say git commit -m, and this is for dev1.java and dev1.java. This commit is done. Now, same way git commit, I will do it for dev2.java.
Dev 11.
Oh, yeah, dev11. So if I say git log one line, so here you can see there are three commits in dev1 branch. So I want to pick up only dev1.java commit. So in that case, you can use cherry pick. So if I check out to my master branch, here if I say ls, I have only master.java file. Now, if I say git log, so there is only one log entry, which is related to the master branch, means first commit, which we have done for master.java. Right. So now I want to take one of the commit. Say an example, this commit from the dev1 branch. So earlier what we were doing, git merge. Now I will say git cherry pick, and you can give that oh, so
You copied all the commands.
some wrong. Yeah. Let me just get and check out to dev1 branch, git log one line. And if I say git check out to master, and if I say now git and cherry pick, yeah. So cherry pick, and I will copy this particular commit. So now it will pick up this commit only, not entire, means dev11.java will not be picked up. Then now here if I say ls, so you can see I have only dev1.java. So cherry pick. Now if I say git status, nothing to commit because it is committed back. Now if I say git log one line, so here you can see there is a new commit with the new commit ID. So here the commit ID was different. Here it is different because we have not done the complete merge. So what it has done, it has picked up that commit, and in the master, it is stored in the form of the new commit. So cherry pick when you want to pick up a particular commit. Is it clear? So whenever you are having requirement, something like that, that we need to see a particular change only, then you can go with the cherry pick. Now let us talk about squash command. Consider you have done some multiple commits and you want to merge them into one commit. So then you use say an example, there are 5-6 commits and you realized, okay, these 5-6 commits are not required. Instead of that, merge them into a single commit. So that in that case, you can use the squash. So what I'll do, I will create some items, say M1, M2, M3, M4, and I will do the commits for them. I will say git add dot git commit minus M for M1, M1.java, and M2 for M2.java, M3, M3 for Java, and there is one more M4. Okay. So I'm having all this. Now, if I say git log one line, so all commits are there. So now what I want to do, git rebase and head child 1, 2, 3. I want to merge them into one commit. So I'll say last 3. Right. Let me, I think minus I. Let me just check the syntax. Minus I. Okay, now here it is showing last 3 commits, M1, M2, M3, right? So I want to use the squash. So I will say, so here it is written as for squash, use the commit, but meld into the previous commit. So I will put it here, squash. This is VA editor. I'll put it as squash. So these 2 commits into my previous commit. And I will save this. So now this is saying you are merging it into one. What message you want to give? I will say I will just give a simple, this is again a VI editor. Able to write. I will say I will give only one message that merged into a single commit. Let me save this.
The last line in a new file, I think we have to change something.
Or is it I have deleted something? If it is starting with hash, it is comment. Let us see. So now if I say git log now, so you can see those commits. Earlier it was M1, M2, M3, M4. Now M1, M2 and M3 is merged. M1, M2, M3 and M4, this is a single commit. Okay. So that is the purpose of Squash. All right. So I think our
But
Git
sir,
is
is it a good practice to do all the commit in a single command?
not a
Single
good
command?
practice. It is just like a requirement. Sometimes, you have done multiple commits and your code owner is saying, hey, why so many commits? You have added a dot, then one more dot, you have done one more commit. So when you are having unnecessary commits, right? So those many snapshots are to be created on the Git repository. And it will increase the size because it has to maintain the snapshots. So you just need to see that what commits can be merged into a single commit. And then you can take the advantage of this command.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is basically on the basis of requirement. All right, let me run the history command. So these are the commands. Okay. Yeah, we are done with Git now. Git is finished. Now from next lecture, we will start Maven. I have shared these commands on the chat window. Let me put it into my notes also. Okay, so next lecture, it will be the Maven. And as I mentioned, actually, I will share those assignments to you. So you can go to my github.com. And this is DevOps mastering on premises, Git version control system. And here you will see interview-based questions. Here you will see the quizzes. So in the interview-based questions, so these are certain scenarios. Okay, so you just need to go through this. Okay, so this will help you to revise whatever we have discussed. And there is troubleshooting case studies also there. If something goes wrong, how we can. There may be one or two things which I may not have discussed. So you just go through that, right? And if you find any difficulty, then let me know. And here I have quizzes. So in this quiz, I have two quizzes. One is advanced, one is beginner level. So you can start with the beginner level. And at the end, I have the answer keys. So what I would say that you take one notebook and give the answers. And once you reach to the last answer, 25 questions are there. Then do the self-evaluation. First question answer is correct or not. And this is advanced level. Is it, will you able to do this in today and tomorrow's time?
Or exactly. Otherwise, complete it.
So I think, yeah, so it is finished now. Next topic will be the mapping. Do you have any question?
Okay. Okay.
All good? Okay. So let me then stop sharing. And we will meet on Monday, same time, 10:15, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.